Chapter 1017. The 100 Piercing Tool Inscription. Huh. At the side of the spectator seats, Shifengzi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qi Jueqin. A hint of solemnity could be seen in the corners of his eyes. The jade spiral island that was shrouded by the curtain of night emitted a colorful brilliance. The myriad of runes that fluttered in the air on the square were like a galaxy in the vast universe. The 100 Piercing Tool Inscription? Zhang Shu was shocked when he heard Shifengzi revealing Qi Jueqin's talisman inscription. Qi Jueqin is really amazing. He actually dares to set up the 100 Piercing Tool Inscription? What about Brother Chu Hen? Can the talisman inscription he set up surpass Qi Jueqin? Yi Yao asked nervously. Zhang Shu did not know how to answer. Everyone turned to look at Shifengzi. Shifengzi's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Among the heaven-ranked talismans, the 100 Piercing Tool Inscription and that girl surnamed Sue's Heaven Recovery Pill inscription are ranked in the top 15. Moreover, the Eternity Heart inscription that Chu Hen inscribed has a total of 3 levels. The Eternity Heart inscription. The first level was the natal weapon. The weapon that was refined could only be used by its owner. If it fell into the hands of another person, it would be like scrap metal. The second level was much more complicated. It could fuse external energy into the weapon and cause the weapon to possess the attribute of external energy, allowing it to explode out with even more power. The difficulty of this was balancing the repulsive force between the two. If the quality of the weapon was too poor, it would not be able to withstand the energy fused into the weapon and explode. If the energy fused into the weapon was too weak, it would be suppressed by the weapon. The creator needed to have extremely precise and powerful control. As for the third level, it was the essence of the Eternity Heart inscription. This level emphasized on using the weapon as a supplement to allow one's own energy to appear in a material form. Among the Eternity Heart tool runes, only the third level's runes are comparable to the 100 Piercing Tool rune. The second level is slightly weaker, Shifengzi said in a deep voice. At the same time, as far as Shifengzi was concerned, with Chu Hen's cultivation as a peak earthly inscription master, even with the amplification from the celestial talisman spirit tree, he could only complete the second level of the universe heart inscription at most. In other words, in terms of the grade of tool markings, Chu Hen had already fallen behind Qi Jueqin and Su Lingzhu. In that case, isn't Chu Hen bound to lose? Haozi asked with a frown. Not necessarily. Shifengzi answered without hesitation. Oh, the others were stunned. Although the second level of the H Heart tool pattern is slightly inferior to the 100 Piercing Tool pattern, Chu Hen can make up for it by making use of the fact that he is fused with external energy. Shifengzi's eyes swept over Chu Hen, who was surrounded by a series of runes on the high platform. His eyes were filled with praise and approval. If I'm not wrong, he will integrate the power of thunder and lightning into it. Thunder and lightning? Everyone was shocked at first, but the words profound, slayer, divine, thunder immediately resounded in their minds. I see. Yi Yao's eyes lit up. The worry on her face immediately vanished. Long Xuanshuang, Mu Feng, Haozi, and the others nodded tacitly as their eyes shone brightly. Zhang Shu, who was standing at the side, was puzzled when he saw the changes in their expressions. What are all of you talking about? Does Brother Chu Hen have any way to make up for the difference in the grade of tool markings? Haozi smiled and replied in a relaxed manner, You'll know when you continue watching. That fellow is about to start inscribing the tool markings. This is unbelievable. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire arena had also changed a lot. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and solemnity as they looked at Chu Hen. After Qi Jueqin and Su Lingzhu, Chu Hen had lived up to everyone's expectations and entered the step of inscribing the tool markings. Moreover, the Reiki energy's speed had reached 25 times. It was not inferior to the 2 great Sky Prides at all. Buzz, the space on the high platform rippled with light inscriptions. Strands of illusory and faintly discernible light inscriptions connected the tens of thousands of beautiful runes one after another like a huge, three-dimensional net. Qi Jueshin did not seem to be affected by the commotion in the arena at all. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as a proud smile appeared on his face. Then his 10 fingers moved like a nimble zither player. The speed at which the runes were connected increased rapidly. Streaks of delicate light inscriptions shot out like rays and connected the dazzling stars. At the same time, Su Lingzhu was the first to complete the order of the runes under her control. All the runes that were arranged in order began to distort from the front and formed into strands of dense lines. Then they gathered into the cauldron. Zhang, the bronze cauldron in front of Su Lingzhu, let out a low hum as the entire cauldron glowed brightly. The light inscriptions that were formed from the runes slowly attached themselves to the cauldron. Then, as though they were sinking into a muddy swamp, they slowly merged into the cauldron. Finally, their energy gathered into the pill. Hua! Su Lingzhu has overtaken him. Her speed has surpassed Qi Jueshin's. Seeing this, there was a sudden uproar in the arena. Ha! Amazing! I've always thought that Su Lingzhu would win. In the spectator stands at Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Yuehan's eyes flickered with excitement. This was what he had hoped to see. Ha! Brother Zhua, it looks like Miss Lingzhu is going to give Whale Island City a good slap in the face. A young man beside him laughed proudly. Isn't that a must? Haha, another person chimed in. Let's not celebrate too early. Qi Jueshin isn't an easy character to deal with. Also, that guy is very strange. I have a feeling that something is about to happen. Following the words of the people beside him, Zhui Weihan subconsciously glanced at Chu Hen, who was at the back of the arena. The runes surrounding him had almost finished arranging themselves. Even at this time, the Reiki energy that Chu Hen was releasing was still abundant and stable. Zhui Weihan sneered and rubbed his chin. No matter what method you use, the way I see it, there's only one person who can threaten Lingzhu. BZZZ, BZZZ. The obscure and restless energy caused the airflow in the arena to speed up. Qi Jueshin glanced at Su Lingzhu, who was on the other side. Then he flicked his finger, and all the runes that were neatly arranged began to move rhythmically. Starting from the very front, the runes turned into light fibers without any pattern. They were like floating threads that wrapped around the blue longsword in the flames. The delicate threads were like plankton in the ocean, gently wrapping around the longsword. Under Qi Jueshin's control, those threads attached themselves to the sword and slowly fused into it, forming a dark and sharp tool pattern. This process was extremely slow, as all the runes had to be arranged to form the tool pattern for it to be considered a success. What was truly admirable was Qi Jueshin's skillful technique, as well as his steady control over the sword even at 25 times the usual speed. Qi Jueshin's actions once again caused the audience to gasp in surprise. 100 piercing tool rune, it's truly powerful. Even from so far away, I can still feel its threatening sharpness. The other participating runes are going to be nervous again. Haha, I'm not relaxed at all. The complicated tool pattern and pill pattern fused into the blue sword and the bronze furnace. The power of the weapon, pill and runes were fusing together, whether it was the 100 penetration tool pattern or the heaven reversal pill pattern. In the eyes of the other participants, they seemed to be profound powers that were difficult to reach. Many runes masters could not help but shake their heads and smile helplessly. There were also a few people whose minds were shaken once again, causing their control over the Reiki energy to waver, as if it could collapse at any time. He's also inscribing the tool pattern over there. So what? How can his tool pattern compare to the 100 penetration tool pattern? That's right, there's no chance. When Qi Jueshin's 100 piercing tool inscription appeared, the people below the stage no longer held any hope for Chu Hen. Perhaps he still had a chance to fight for third place, but it was impossible for him to go against Qi Jueqin and Su Lingzhu. Zhang! The piercingly cold Reiki energy let out a soft hum. Under Chu Hen's control, the neatly arranged runes orderly turned into a dense, mist-like optical hairspring and converged into the sharp, icicle-shaped sword. The exquisite tool pattern seemed to come from the hands of an artist as it slowly appeared, dazzling and dazzling. But seeing Chu Hen's skillful technique, quite a few people praised him in their hearts. To be honest, this boy is a rare talent. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time to meet a monster like the young city governor. He's destined to be a supporting character. Zap, zap! However, at this moment, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of thunder and lightning. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as their eyes widened. They saw streaks of electric arcs flowing out of Chu Hen's body. These electric arcs flashed with a dark blue luster and emitted an extremely powerful force. This is... What's going on? The audience was surprised. Meanwhile, the eyes of Shifeng Zi, Long Xuanxuang, Hani Chuan, Mu Feng, and the others lit up. Just as I expected, Big Brother Chu Hen will win. Yi Yao hugged the Yin-Yang Beast Noni and cheered happily. What a shocking lightning energy! Zhang Shu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Shortly after, he nodded his head in realization. So Brother Chu Hen is planning on fusing the lightning energy into his weapon. I finally understand now. The berserk power of thunder and lightning was like tiny lightning snakes, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. This kind of energy was extremely difficult to control. However, under Chu Hen's control, the lightning energy was completely under his control. The densely packed electric arcs followed the Reiki energy and merged into the runes. Then, the runes were carved into the sword along with the runes. In an instant, all the runes glowed with a dark blue electric light and emitted an extremely powerful energy wave. This is... At this moment, even the eyes of Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin in the host stand were filled with shock. The strength of this energy is extremely close to 100 piercing runes. Master Qi Yin said in a deep voice, "What?" Not far away, the faces of the 4 patriarchs changed. City Governor Qi Ming's eyes darkened slightly, but he did not show any other expression. This damned fellow. In the Lu family's stand, Lu Yen, who had lost an arm, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eyes were filled with resentment, but soon after he revealed a sinister smile. "Ha! Qi Jueqin, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." However, Qi Jueqin did not even spare a glance at Chu Hen. He continued to focus on inscribing the 100 piercing tool mark. Sizzle, sizzle, as the energy of the divine thunder of Profound Slayer continued to merge into the eternal heart rune. The aura of the long sword that Chu Hen was forging became increasingly powerful and piercingly cold. Even Su Lingzhu turned to look at him in surprise. However, just as Chu Hen was shining brightly, an incomparably heavy and earth-shattering bang suddenly shook the entire place. What was going on? Everyone turned pale with fright. Before they could react, they saw a monstrous and violent force rise from the high platform to the left of Chu Hen. The scattered energy that surged like a raging tide swept out directly towards the high platform that Chu Hen was on. Damn it! Housie was shocked. "Big Brother Chu Hen, watch out!" Yi Yao was extremely nervous. Boom! Without any time to react, the torrent of Reiki energy pounced towards the platform that Chu Hen was on. Chu Hen's pupils constricted tightly. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions rose and fell as layers of airwaves swept out in all directions. The thousands of runes in front of Chu Hen shattered one by one and transformed into ice crystals that filled the sky. An unexpected calamity. So violent, the runic net that Chu Hen had laid out instantly collapsed completely. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Then, with a boom that shook the heavens, the icicle longsword in front of Chu Hen released an incomparably berserk energy. Chapter 1018. Boom! The runes scattered all over the sky, and the unexpected disaster found Chu Hen without any warning. The strong external force formed a fierce impact, and it immediately caused the rune net that Chu Hen had arranged to collapse. The runes backfired, and they shattered one after another. Bang! An incomparably loud and heavy sound rang out, and the pupils of the audience shrank. They saw the icicle-shaped lightning sword in front of Chu Hen instantly explode from the middle. Whoosh! The two broken parts of the sword flew out, one to the east and one to the west. One part stabbed into the ground, and the other deeply embedded into the stone wall of a high platform. What? The sudden and shocking change directly shocked the audience. Wasn't Chu Hen too unlucky? He was just dragged into the ditch by the next contestant who made a mistake. The audience was stunned, and they were even more surprised. They saw a young figure standing on the high platform where the accident happened. He was timid, and he looked at Chu Hen with an apologetic face. Sorry. Chaotic airwaves and dust flew everywhere, and the chaotic Reiki energy mixed together. Chu Hen stood on the high platform with a gloomy face. His figure was a little messy, and his clothes were torn. Chu Hen looked coldly at the person on his left, although the other party had an apologetic face, and he kept saying the word sorry. There was not the slightest bit of regret in his eyes. Receiving Chu Hen's cold gaze, the apologizing man faintly showed a hint of vague provocation. At this moment, Chu Hen was well aware of the situation. F***CK, your ancestor. Below the stage, Mu Feng directly jumped up in anger, and he shouted at the top of his voice, You bastard! You did it on purpose, didn't you? You are F***King Fine, and it doesn't look like you made a mistake at all. Hurry up and tell me, which bastard made you hurt people like this? Mu Feng's roar immediately caused quite a few people in the audience to whisper to each other. There were a few people who subconsciously looked towards where Qi Juexin was. The young man quickly put on a timid expression. I didn't do it on purpose. No, it's not your mother's head. You can't beat others, so you play dirty in the dark. You're really a piece of **T. Mu Feng continued to curse angrily. The whispers below the stage became even noisier. Many people followed the rhythm and began to discuss. Was it arranged by Qi Juexin? Right at this moment, a wisp of disdain and ridicule arose on the corners of Qi Juexin's mouth. After that, he controlled the inscription of the tool markings with one hand while he flipped his other palm, and then a ball of gentle light appeared in his hand. What was that? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When they looked carefully, they saw that there was a drop of golden red liquid inside the ball of soft light. The liquid flickered with a holy light, like a drop of divine liquid formed from the essence of heaven and earth. Immediately after, Qi Juexin raised his palm slightly, and the golden red liquid floated up like a feather, drifting towards the blue long sword in front of him. When the golden red liquid came into contact with the blue longsword, it instantly caused a series of tremors in the surrounding runes. The soft light that enveloped the liquid shattered, and the drop of liquid actually swiftly fused with the tool markings on the longsword and slowly flowed. Whoosh! In an instant, all the light runes that floated above the high platform flickered with a holy luster. A powerful and piercingly cold aura began to rise explosively, and every single rune emitted a high-pitched resonance, like a corner of a star in the vast universe, trembling in unison. Just when everyone was wondering what was going on, a revolving trill suddenly reverberated like the melodious sound of a bell, reverberating back and forth. The people who lived in the sea were especially familiar with this sound. That's the cry of a whale? Boom! An incomparably majestic aura, like a tidal wave hitting a reef, burst out from Qi Juexin's body, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a blue whale shadow suddenly appeared above the runes on the high platform, where Chi Jueshin was standing. The blue halo that filled the sky shone brightly, and circles of illusory light patterns that were like ripples on the water's surface swept in all directions. The entire jade spiral island was immediately surrounded by a sparkling blue light. For example, the overlord of the deep sea, whose aura pierced through the sky. His unparalleled aura crushed the entire place, and everyone in the room was visibly moved. Not far away, Su Lingzu's eyes couldn't help but flash with a somewhat dignified look. That just now. Could it be? Gongsun Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at City Lord Qi Ming with a face full of shock. Qi Ming smiled indifferently, slightly raised his eyes, and emitted the aura of an overlord. Brother Gongsun really has good eyesight. That drop of liquid just now was my giant whale holy body bloodline power. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, Shui Zhen, and the 4 patriarchs were all shocked. Outside the arena, there was an uproar, and everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and exclaim in admiration. Heavens, it's actually the holy body's bloodline power. I really deserve to die. How could I doubt the young city lord? The 100 piercing tool rune and the power of the giant whale holy body. What qualifications does that trash have to contend against it? Apart from being shocked, the crowd below the arena completely believed that what happened to Chu Hen was merely an accident. The strength of Chi Jueshin's trump card had already exceeded everyone's expectations. No one would believe that Chi Jueshin, who had such a powerful ability, would plot against Chu Hen. There's nothing more to say, loser scram. Someone outside the arena cursed. To be honest, this is also his own lack of ability. There are so many people beside him, but he's the only one who can't stabilize the rune array core. It can be seen that there's a big flaw in his control. He can't blame others. Go down. You won't stand a chance. Various voices in the arena continuously attacked Chu Hen. This group of bastards, they're simply distorting the truth. Mu Feng and the others were also about to explode from anger. It had to be said that Chi Jueshin's methods were really ruthless, catching people off guard. Apart from that, what everyone was most worried about was whether Chu Hen had suffered a backlash from the rune power. Looking at the cold and lonely figure on the arena, Yao and Long Xuanchuang couldn't help but feel helpless and a little distressed. I'm sorry. The young man who made a mistake looked at Chu Hen with a trace of a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and he said in a low voice that Chu Hen could hear, "Admit defeat. You're not qualified to fight with the young city, Lord. This time, you're lucky that one of your arms wasn't blown off. Next time, you won't be so lucky." After saying that, the young man glanced coldly at Chu Hen and left the high platform. His arrogant manner was completely different from when he was apologizing just now. Hearing what the other party said, Chu Hen's eyes were filled with a bone-piercing cold light. In the end, he still underestimated the extent of Chi Jueshin's viciousness. The other party's purpose was not only to eliminate him, but also to use the power of the rune's backlash to make him end up like Lu Yen. Hateful, hateful. Chi Jueshin is indeed Chi Jueshin. Haha, it would be better if he could be more perfect. Sitting among the crowd, Lu Yen had a sinister smile on his face. Chu Hen's current embarrassing appearance was exactly what he wanted to see. The only flaw was that he didn't manage to seriously injure Chu Hen. Unknowingly, the bright moon hung high in the sky above Jade Spiral Island. The 2-meter-long incense stick was also half-burned. What happened during this period could be said to be one after another. The crowd looked at Chu Hen with complicated gazes. There was ridicule, and pity in their gazes. Su Lingzu took a deep look at Chu Hen and shook her head lightly. Then she turned around and continued to draw her heaven reversal pill rune. As for Chi Jueshin, he was full of momentum. Moreover, The aura of the long sword had long surpassed the eternity heart rune that Chu Hen had just drawn. No one had expected that City Governor Qi Ming would actually give his saint body origin blood to Qi Juexin. One must know that the bloodline origin blood was extremely important to Wu Xiao. If it was forcefully extracted, it would have a great impact on his body. From this, it seemed that the city governor was determined to win the heavenly talisman battle. After the interlude, all the contestants started their final sprint. On the stage, various tool runes, pill runes, and formation runes were dazzling like divine rainbows. There was less than half the time until the end of the competition. Everyone's pace increased as they tried to follow Qi and Su's footsteps. What's going on? Why is that fellow still on the stage? Who knows? He can't afford to lose. Haha, it's possible. To everyone's surprise, Chu Hen was still sitting on the stage at this moment, and he didn't choose to leave like the other losers. This phenomenon inevitably caused a lot of criticism from the people below the stage. Big brother Chu Hen? Yi Yao bit her lips lightly, and she seemed to be unable to bear to see him in such a sorry state. Could he be injured? He can't get up, right? Qiao Shaowan said casually. The few of them frowned, and the bewilderment on their faces grew. The loser, leave the stage immediately. Don't disturb others. The judge in charge of the competition, Shui Zhen, reminded in a deep voice. However, Chu Hen didn't move at all. His chest rose and fell as if he was adjusting his breathing. Shui Zhen frowned slightly, and his voice became more dignified. The loser, leave immediately. This was an order. However, Chu Hen still had no intention of moving. Immediately, Shui Zhen waved to the guards below the stage, and they understood and were about to forcefully drive Chu Hen away. The crowd outside the stage looked at him with disdain. Haha, it's the first time someone has been driven out. There are so many weirdos in this year's Heavenly Talisman battle. However, at this moment, Chu Hen's breathing calmed down, and then his eyes turned cold. Two obscure purple lights flashed, and with a wave of his hand, a series of metal equipment instantly covered half the stage. What's going on? Seeing this, the crowd was stunned again. Does he want to start all over again? Don't be ridiculous. I'm afraid it's going to be a problem for him to smelt those materials in the remaining time. That's right. He's consumed so much Reiki energy, he definitely can't hold on any longer. Buzz! Along with the sarcastic comments from the crowd, the formation pattern on the stage below Chu Hen lit up again, and it exploded with an unprecedented radiance. Looking at the radiance that was brighter than Qi Juexin and Su Lingzu's 25 times speed, the crowd's expression changed. Damn, this is 30 times speed. Nonsense. Shui Zhen was furious. He shouted, chase him out. Even Qi Juexin and Su Lingzu didn't dare to recklessly try to operate at 30 times speed. Chu Hen directly increased his speed to the maximum, and he did it in this state. If it wasn't nonsense, then what was it just when a few guards were about to rush up and chase Chu Hen away? Rumble! A surge of purple flames actually rose up out of nowhere and appeared in front of Chu Hen in a shocking manner. The guards were so shocked by the powerful aura that they didn't dare to take a step forward. The demonic purple flame burned the space until it was distorted, but the aura it emitted was unusually cold, and there was no heat at all. Since the time hasn't ended, how can I be considered to have failed? Chu Hen replied coldly, and his eyes that were surging with purple light were full of evil charm. Then he raised his hand, and the metal materials in front of him were thrown into the purple flame. A shocking scene appeared. In the next moment, all the metal materials turned red, and they were melting at a terrifying speed. Chapter 1019. Hiss! Everyone outside the arena sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. What a domineering flame! Who is this guy? The speed at which the talisman array was directed was increased by 30 times. The domineering purple flame was like a blooming demonic purple lotus in front of Chu Hen. The metal that was thrown into the flame instantly became as red as a soldering iron. Then it melted and changed shape at an astonishing speed. The appearance of this scene instantly caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. Half of the time had passed. They thought that the unforeseen event just now was enough to make Chu Hen realize the reality. Who would have thought that at this moment, not only did he not give up, his performance was even more surprising. This flame doesn't seem to be runic flames. Someone in the arena asked. It's indeed not a flame formed by Reiki energy. It seems that this person is not only a runic artist, but also a strong wuxio. The audience was discussing incessantly. Martial arts genius Shui Wehan, genius runic artist Song Xiao, who failed to advance to the third round. Lu Yan, Shui Feng, and the others could not help but be moved. This damn thing! Lu Yan frowned deeply. His eyes were filled with hatred. It was fine that the mistake he made just now was not able to heavily injure Chu Hen, but he did not think that he would be able to climb back up. He was really tenacious, but his tenacity made the anger in Lu Yan's heart even more intense. Humph! I want to see how long you can last. How audacious of you! The guards were all shocked by the piercingly cold aura that Chu Hen emitted. They were all blocked off the arena by that invisible and powerful aura, unable to step forward. The guards were at a loss and looked at Shui Zhen with questioning eyes. Shui Zhen also did not know whether to let Chu Hen continue to cause trouble or to forcefully drag him away. After all, in the past heavenly talisman battles, there had never been such an exception. What are you waiting for? As for those who disturb the order of the competition, just beat them up. The head of the Lu family shouted coldly. But Shui Zhen hesitated. Just as Chu Hen had said, since the match was not over yet, it was reasonable for the other party to stay on the field and continue. Then Shui Zhen turned his gaze to City Lord Qi Ming. In this place, only Qi Ming's words had unquestionable authority. However, a smear of interest appeared on Qi Ming's face. He looked at Chu Hen, who was surrounded by the purple runes, and said indifferently, "Let him be." "Yes, City Lord." Shui Zhen nodded respectfully and waved his hand. The guard standing below Chu Hen's stage immediately retreated from the arena. Chu Hen, who had rejoined the team, was becoming more and more unfathomable. However, those who were biased against him had even more opinions. When Qi Juexin merged Qi Ming's giant whale Saint Body's origin blood into the 100 piercing tool rune, in the eyes of most people, he was already standing in front of the champion's throne. The only variable was probably Su Lingzhu, who had remained calm and collected all this time. Perhaps Chu Hen was planning to give it his all, but in the eyes of the crowd it was all in vain. After all, the previous battles had consumed too much energy. Moreover, there was too little time left. With a series of factors added together, it went without saying that the degree of difficulty involved was extremely high. Buzz! Buzz! The demonic and domineering purple flame continuously melted the metal materials into liquid. The impurities were continuously removed, leaving behind the purest metal essence. In less than an hour, almost all the materials were melted. At this moment, Shifeng Zi, who was among the audience, let out a soft cry of surprise. "What's wrong?" Senior Shifeng? Haozi, who was beside him, asked in confusion. "The materials aren't right. The materials aren't right?" The few of them were stunned. Yi Yao quickly asked, "What materials aren't right?" Right now, Chu Hen is using twice as many types of materials as before, but the amount of each material is only less than half of what it was before. In other words, the amount of metal materials has increased, but the total amount has decreased. Shifeng Zi said in detail, "Brother Chu Hen, why are you doing this? Are you in a hurry?" Yi Yao asked again. Shifeng Zi shook his head. The corners of his eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. The demon eye flame that was as cold as a cold stream was like a blooming fire lotus in the 9 netherworlds. When Chu Hen stopped adding the supplementary materials, the powerful flame directly enveloped all the molten metal layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the solidification step. What a fast speed! The audience was secretly shocked. Even Su Lingzhu and Qi Juexin slightly turned their bodies and looked over. Su Lingzhu's eyes slightly rippled, and there seemed to be a trace of surprise between her brows. Huh, interesting. Qi Juexin lightly smiled. He didn't care about Chu Hen at all, and continued to steadily inscribe the 100 piercing tool rune. Whoosh! As the 100 piercing tool rune continued to be inscribed, the blue longsword constantly emitted a low sword cry. The audience in the entire arena could clearly feel the sharp aura. The tens of thousands of symbols that revolved around Qi Juexin's body flickered with a beautiful light. They transformed into wisps of light, and like a dense fog, they slowly fused into the body of the sword, transforming into exquisite patterns and inscriptions in the sky above the high platform that Qi Juexin was on. The illusory image of a giant whale flickered between light and dark. It emitted a majestic aura of an overlord of the sea, floating between heaven and earth, causing the sky to change color, and the entire jade spiral island was reflected in a blue light. Masters Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, and Gongsun Shao praised Qi Juexin's perfect control, nodding their heads repeatedly. The power of the giant whale's sacred physique's bloodline boundary is indeed powerful. Gongsun Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of envy on his face. The fact that Qi Ming was able to rule Whale Island City for so many years and break through to the ancient eternal realm was directly related to his sacred physique's bloodline boundary. Even though Qi Juexin was unable to inherit Qi Tong's bloodline, his talent in the art of talismans was still a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. With just this father and son duo, how could Whale Island City not prosper? Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin looked at each other with tacit understanding. Compared to Qi Juexin's domineering side, Su Lingzhu's side was much more reserved. Similarly, tens of thousands of runes arranged in pill patterns fused into the bronze cauldron like wisps of green smoke. At this moment, there was only a thin layer of flames enveloping the bronze cauldron. From afar, it looked like a golden fireball. As time passed, more and more contestants entered the final step. All kinds of gorgeous tool patterns interweaved, like divine rainbows, dazzling the eyes. The pill refining platform was filled with the fragrance of pills. The many medicinal fragrances that seeped into one's heart made one's mind tremble. At this time of night, one didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. The person who had set up the talisman arrays had intertwined on the platform. It was exquisite and complicated, just like a spider web made of exquisite craftsmanship. However, because Chu Hen was at the very front, he had instead become the rear of the car. After smelting the materials with the demonic flame, the Reiki energy in Chu Hen's body circulated at a speed 30 times faster than normal. Reiki energy continuously gushed out, solidifying the fused metal material in the demonic flame. The colorful light was like a flowing spiritual spring, evolving and mixing without any rules. Just when everyone outside of the stage was wondering if Chu Hen was going to forge another long sword, a wave of aura surged out like a stormy sea. Rays of intertwined purple light soared into the sky, and a strong flame enveloped more than half of the platform. The audience's vision was blocked, and they couldn't see what weapon Chu Hen was going to forge. He's playing tricks again. No matter what weapon he's forging, it's impossible for him to win against the young city lord. That's right. Let's not talk about the giant whale, sacred body's origin bloodline. Just the 100 penetration tool pattern alone is enough to kill everyone. He's just stalling for time. Indeed, there's not much meaning to it. Hua! Following that, along with the powerful aura, endless Reiki energy burst out like a flood breaking through a dam. Under the support of the 30 times faster operation, countless dazzling runes suddenly appeared around Chu Hen like a flock of butterflies. The speed at which the runes condensed was extremely shocking. Wantonly, Reiki energy surged out continuously. It was a race against time, but it was as steady as a mountain. The colorful light rain lit up the entire arena. There seemed to be a purple light flashing in Chu Hen's eyes. In the depths of his pupils, 5 black dots chased each other and slowly rotated. Zang! There was a low hum in the air, and the runes fluttering in the air arranged themselves. They connected from front to back, and once again formed a 3-dimensional net on the platform where Chu Hen was standing. Like a star, it suppressed the entire arena. This is... Shifeng Zi's expression suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. Long Xuanchuang, Yi Yao, Zheng Shu, Mu Feng, and the others were all puzzled. What was going on? Shifeng Zi frowned deeply, and his tone was full of seriousness as he spat out a few words. Chapter 1020. This is the arrangement of the 3rd level of the Eternity Heart inscription. Shifeng Zi frowned deeply as he spoke. His tone was solemn and shocked. The other people beside him also had a shocked expression. Each and every one of them looked at Chu Hen with a bit of confusion in their eyes. Why did he do this? The 1st level of the Eternity Heart inscription allowed one to refine a weapon that only the wielder could use and was no different from scrap metal in the hands of others. The 2nd level allowed one to fuse external energy into the weapon, causing the weapon to possess the attribute of external energy and erupt with even more powerful attacks. As for the 3rd level, it was a high-grade tool inscription that allowed the wielder's energy to materialize in the form of a weapon. The 3rd level of the Eternity Heart inscription allowed the energy that was fused into the weapon to continuously erupt and achieve high efficiency and long-lasting damage output. It was like holding a true origin weapon with high explosive power in one's hand at all times. Even if the true origin energy in one's body was exhausted during the battle, the weapon forged by one's own energy would not disappear. According to Shifeng Zi's words, it was actually forging energy into a weapon. However, what puzzled Shifeng Zi was that with Chu Hen's strength as a peak level 9 Earth inscription master, even with the support of the Celestial Talisman Spirit Tree, he was still unable to complete the 3rd level of the Eternity Heart inscription. To him, the 2nd level was already his limit. Before he left the Eastern Victory State, Shifeng Zi had clearly warned Chu Hen that the difficulty of completing the 3rd level of the Eternity Heart inscription was extremely high. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to complete it. However, it just so happened that Chu Hen would make such a choice at such an important moment. His thoughts were truly surprising. This fellow is really impulsive. Han Yichuan said in a deep voice. He's not impulsive, he just has no choice. Long Xuanchuang looked up slightly with ripples in her beautiful eyes. The others by the side were stunned and looked at each other in surprise. Long Xuanchuang's red lips parted slightly as she continued, because he was clearly aware that the 2nd level of the H-Heart mark was unable to defeat Qi Juexin. So he could only choose the 3rd level. No one objected to Long Xuanchuang's explanation. Indeed, with the 100 penetration tool inscription and city governor Qi Ming's giant whale Saint Body's bloodline origin energy, this Qi Juexin could be said to have won the championship. Moreover, there was still Su Lingzu who he couldn't see through. Merely the 2nd level of the Eternity Heart artifact marking was unable to go against it. It was obvious that he was going to lose. With Chu Hen's personality, he would not waste time. Since that was the case, he might as well choose the 3rd level of the Eternity Heart artifact marking. Chu Hen's idea was naturally correct. The only worry was that it would be difficult for him to master such a high-level rune technique. It's difficult. Shifeng Zi shook his head gently and frowned. The 3rd level of the Eternity Heart mark. What kind of energy would Chu Hen use to forge a weapon? The profound, killer divine lightning? Or the energy of the 7 stars? Shifeng Zi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chu Hen's side figure on the high platform. He fell into deep thought. Buzz! Suddenly, an even more restless and powerful aura violently surged out from Chu Hen's body. The demonic purple light converged outside of his body, and in the depths of Chu Hen's pupils, there was an obscure power that emitted bursts of trembling. The runes that flickered with a beautiful light were like a myriad of stars that revolved around Chu Hen. They connected from front to back, end to end, and interweaved to form a three-dimensional net of light. The strange purple glow flowed along the runes and traveled to every hub. In an instant, every rune seemed to be swaying with an evil flame. Then, under Chu Hen's control, the runes that were arranged at the front began to transform into a silk-like light pattern. Then they steadily and orderly flowed into the purple flame in front of Chu Hen. He had started to inscribe the tool mark again. The expressions of the audience below the stage were a little complicated. Previously, Chu Hen had met with an accident at this step and met with an unexpected disaster. Even though his opponent had reached this step again, there was not much time left. There was less than a third of the 2-meter-long incense stick left. In other words, there was less than 8 hours left before the heavenly talisman battle would end. However, inscribing the tool mark was the slowest and most important step. After all, it was to fuse the energy of every rune with the weapon itself. There was no room for carelessness or mistakes. Even if Chu Hen had increased the Reiki energy circulation speed to 30 times its maximum, 8 hours could be used for 120 hours, which was equivalent to 10 days under normal circumstances. However, could the Reiki energy withstand such intense consumption? This was a serious problem that could not be ignored. The strange purple flame shrouded more than half of the high platform. The light patterns formed by the runes were fused into the flame. Many people outside the stage could not help but stretch their necks and stand on tiptoe to watch as they felt the increasingly restless aura within the flame. However, the crowd could not see what was happening inside the flame as it was enveloped by the purple flame. Even Mu Feng, Haozi, Zhengshu, and the others below the stage were confused. Senior Shifeng, what weapon is brother Chu Hen trying to forge? Yi Yao asked in confusion. Shifeng Zi shook his head, indicating that even he did not know. However, one thing was for sure. This time, Chu Hen did not release any lightning energy. He was not trying to make a fuss about the divine lightning of Xiansha. Sai, Qi Juexin has already completed more than half of it. Zhang Shu sighed. Everyone subconsciously looked towards where Qi Juexin was. The aura that permeated the high platform was still as powerful as ever. The phantom of the giant whale that was faintly discernible in the sky flickered. It was like a giant beast that was looking down on Jade Spiral Island. The patterns carved on the long blue sword seemed to be the work of a master. Every stroke showed its sharpness. Every curve and hook shone with a sharp edge. The 2 words, 100 penetrations, were fully displayed. Qi Juexin had already completed more than half of the carving of the 100 penetrations pattern, and the rest was still being carved into the sword. It was as beautiful as a divine pattern, attracting the attention of everyone. Su Lingzhu was still in the lead. In terms of the speed at which the patterns converged, she was still ahead of Qi Juexin. The bronze cauldron wrapped in golden flames exuded a faint heat wave. Enchanting threads of light followed the body of the cauldron and entered the interior of the cauldron. From the beginning, Su Lingzhu's aura was in a reserved state. Even the audience near her high platform could not smell the fragrance of elixirs. Compared to the other alchemists, no one could guess what exactly Su Lingzhu was refining. Because of this, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the various geniuses entered the final stage of the competition. Colorful rays of light fell on each of the platforms, like 100 flowers blooming. In that moment of extreme tension, the sky above the eastern shore slowly began to brighten. A beam of morning light pierced through the clouds in the sky, sprinkling down like holy sunlight on the surface of the sea, sparkling with crystalline light. Day and night alternated, and the cold air gradually receded. The flowers and trees on Jade Spiral Island glowed with natural colors. Faint green smoke rose. The incense stick that was 2 meters long yesterday was now only left with a small section, and the ash on the table was scattered everywhere. There are at most 2 hours until the end of the competition. I'm done. Chapter 10:21. A night flew by. The first rays of the morning sun dyed the sky, and the sun rose above the sea. There were still about 2 hours before the heavenly talisman battle ended. The most intense and crucial moment was about to arrive. I've completed it! Suddenly, a loud voice filled with excitement spread across the square. The audience outside the square was instantly energized, and their fatigue from the previous night was instantly swept away. Everyone's gaze swept towards the high platform in the middle. Buzz, buzz! The high platform was overflowing with colorful lights and intertwined runes, and waves of beautiful light beams burst forth. A young man with slightly fair skin stood below the platform, looking at the other contestants around him with a proud expression on his face. As the first contestant to complete the task, he more or less felt a sense of achievement. It's Luo Yu from Giant Crocodile Bay. Not bad. I've always thought highly of him. His speed in setting up the talisman array is one of the best there. That talisman array looks very powerful. The audience below the platform discussed in low voices. Then a strong wave of Reiki energy came from another high platform. Buzz, buzz! The vigorous talisman energy surged towards a heavy halberd on the platform like a spiritual spring, and the runes on the halberd shone with a dazzling light. I've completed it too. A tall and sturdy figure on the stage raised his hand and grabbed the heavy halberd. He waved it casually and the air trembled. The tip of the halberd drew a sharp crescent arc of light, like a meteor flying across the sky. The momentum was astonishing. The audience below the platform could not sit still when they saw this, and the atmosphere that had been immersed in the whole night became lively again. On the host stand, Elder Shui Zhen stood up, and said, "The contestants who have completed their tasks, please stay on the platform. After all the contestants have completed their tasks, I and the 3 judges will evaluate and score them one by one." Shui Zhen raised his hand and looked at Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin beside him. After saying that, Shui Zhen subconsciously looked at where Qi Juexin was. Reiki energy was still operating at 25 times the normal speed. Although only 1 day had passed, for Qi Juexin it was equivalent to more than 20 days. The drawing of the 100 piercing tool pattern had already entered the final stage. There were only a few dozen runes left around the blue longsword. On the other side, Su Lingzu was the same. Each pill pattern was cautious and exquisite. From the beginning, Qi Juexin and Su Lingzu took the lead. However, the difficulty of the runes set up by the participants was different, and the grade of the items they were forging was different as well. Therefore, there was a difference in the time taken. Relatively simple rune techniques naturally consumed less time. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, not only did Qi Juexin and Su Lingzu not feel disappointed because they were lagging behind, they were even more hopeful. Young City Lord is almost done. I can already feel the sharpness of that sacred sword. The Shui family head sitting on the left of City, Lord Qi Ming, said approvingly, "That's natural." The Meng family head echoed, "Just the 100 piercing tool pattern is enough to take the lead, not to mention the City Lord's sacred bloodline power. This sword is definitely a peerless divine weapon." Hearing the praises of the 2 people beside him, City Lord Qi Tong only smiled faintly, his brows furrowed with pride. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the City Lord Manor was definitely going to take the first place this time. Now that Qi Ming had stepped into the ancient eternal realm, he had achieved 1,000 lifetimes immortal body. If Qi Jueshin took the first place in the Heavenly Talisman battle, it would definitely add a prairie fire to the reputation of the city, Lord Manor of Whale Island City. At that time, the name of Whale Island City would spread far and wide. This momentum would probably be unstoppable. The city, Lord Manor, Qi family would have no need to worry about not being able to flourish. When that time came, how difficult would it be for Whale Island City to dominate an island? Thinking of this, the corners of Qi Ming's mouth curled into a faint smile. Buzz! Whoosh! In the following period of time, the guiding glyph arrays on the platforms ended their operations, one after another. One genius rune artist after another completed their perfect work. Wave after wave of scorching heat, waves swept out in all directions. Few of the pattern artists who could enter the third round were ordinary people. Those who couldn't withstand the pressure were eliminated early on. The remaining 30 or so people were all well-known figures among the younger generation. The talisman arrays shone brightly, silver light flowing around them like a disk. Their weapons revealed their sharpness, their aura imposing. The pills were perfectly round and had a fragrant aroma. In addition to these large-scale works, there were also a few unorthodox engravers who had refined extremely rare things. For example, someone refined a puppet. The puppet's entire body was covered in steel, and there were hidden mechanisms everywhere. There were also people who created 2 doors. The 2 doors could be connected to 2 different locations, just like 2 teleportation formations that connected to each other. This is really an eye-opener. I've finally learned something new. Han Ichuan exclaimed as he looked at the various works on the platform. What's the use? That person in my family probably can't hold on much longer. Xiao Shaowan spread her hands and said casually. The people at the side remained silent as they watched the situation on the platform with solemn expressions. At this moment, there are still close to 100 talisman arrays in front of Chu Hen that had yet to be inscribed. Even though Chu Hen was pursuing at a faster pace than the others, the street tree in Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace had long since been overwhelmed by the 30 times Reiki energy circulation speed. Everyone could sense that the Reiki energy released by Chu Hen was gradually becoming fainter and fainter. It gave off a feeling of softness and powerlessness. The purple flames were still leaping and dancing, and the runes that had transformed into tool patterns continued to fuse into the flames. At this moment, Shifeng Zi, Long Xuan, and the others were no longer concerned about what was being forged in the purple flames. Instead, they were worried about how long Chu Hen could last. Whoosh! Success after success on the platform made Chu Hen's frail figure seem even more out of place. The never-ending flow of time continued to push the noisy atmosphere outside the platform. Soon, another hour passed. There were only 3 people left on the platform who had yet to complete their work. Whale Island City's young city, Lord Qi Jueshin, Zhongyuan Castle's proud daughter Su Lingzhu, and Chu Hen. There's only 1 pill pattern left, Su Lingzhu. The young city lord's side is almost there. He's just missing 2 more tool patterns. I'm so King nervous, my palms are sweating. At this moment, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut. The other contestants on the platform didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. There was only 1 step left for the 2 of them. Who would have the last laugh would soon be revealed. Of course, there were also many contestants who secretly hoped that the 2 of them would make a mistake at the last moment. If that was the case, their chance would come, Wang. Bursts of powerful energy, fluctuations, spread out from the platforms the 2 of them were standing on. At this moment, even the 4 family heads, as well as the 3 VIP judges, Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin, couldn't help but stand up. Whoosh! Su Lingzhu's high platform was the first to let out a resonant sound. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, the last spell symbol twisted into a gossamer, then drilled into the cauldron like a wisp of smoke. Rumble! In the next moment, the bronze cauldron, which was covered in golden flames, suddenly shone brightly like a bright moon and stars. Countless dazzling rays of light burst out, and an unstoppable force seemed to break out from within the cauldron. Bang! With a loud sound, the lid of the cauldron flew away. Along with a monstrous and majestic force, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot into the sky. A circle of mighty ripples spread from the platform that Su Lingzu was on in all directions. What a shocking aura! What kind of elixir is she refining? Why can't I smell the medicinal fragrance? The audience was shocked and confused. Even Gong Sun Shao and the rest had a serious look on their faces. Zhongyuan Castle's martial arts genius, Zhui Wehan, clenched his fist with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Moo. But in the next second, the other high platform that everyone was paying attention to also exploded with endless sharpness and sharpness. The loud roar of a giant beast resounded through the heavens and earth. Everyone's eyes trembled slightly as they saw the last two runes on the platform drawing a perfect stroke on the blue sword. Whoosh! A piercingly cold wind howled, and the sky lost its color. Accompanied by the trembling airflow, thousands of blue light figures rapidly flew and surged towards the long sword, showing off its shocking sharpness. Qi Juexin looked up coldly and clasped his palms together. He shouted in a low voice, 100 piercing, complete! Xing, the sharp sword cry was as forceful as the tide. With a swoosh, the long sword suddenly pierced through the wind and flew across the sky like a meteor. Qi Juexin's fingertips moved, and a series of illusory sword shadows immediately appeared in the sky, like divine rays crossing each other recklessly. The aura of all the weapons in the entire arena combined could not even compare to 1/10 of this sword. The blue sword shadow and the golden pillar of light collided head-on. Good sword! Master Blacksmith Qi Yin could not help but praise. The audience outside the arena also let out loud cheers. Young Master, you're amazing! Swoosh! Chapter 10:22. Heavenly Reversal. Great accomplishment. 100 piercing strikes. Boom! Boundless golden light poured out of the bronze cauldron in front of Su Lingzu, and a dazzling sword light streaked across the arena. All the light in the arena was instantly covered by Su Lingzu and Qi Juexin. Xing! A loud and clear sword hum caused the air to tremble. A series of sword shadows appeared in the air, dragging a pair of powerful wings of light behind them as they spun in the air in a sharp arc. Soon after, they landed in Qi Juexin's palm. Good sword! Master tool, Refiner Qi Yun praised. The eyes of the spectators lit up. They saw that the sword in Qi Juexin's hand was surrounded by a layer of blue, rippling light. It looked like it was wrapped in a thin layer of water flames. From start to finish, every inch of it emitted an incomparably sharp aura. Moreover, the person holding the sword was Qi Juexin, one man and one sword, elegant and graceful, exuding a transcendent aura. It's indeed a good sword. It's undoubtedly a saint weapon on the saint weapon list. Looks like the saint weapon list's rankings are going to change again, haha. Qi Juexin is the strongest. The citizens of Whale Island City all raised their arms and cheered, clapping and cheering, sensing the powerful aura released by the sword in Qi Juexin's hand. The other contestants already felt the pressure, and all of them shook their heads and sighed. Sigh. Qi Juexin is too strong. We definitely won't stand a chance. I reckon that only Su Lingzu has a chance. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, and once again looked at Su Lingzu, who was on the other stage. She had already stood up and was quietly standing next to the cauldron. Her clear eyes were quietly looking at the sword that Qi Juexin had forged, and there seemed to be some thoughts in her mind. However, Su Lingzu wasn't in a hurry to show off her work. Instead, she turned to look at the area behind her, at the only young figure who hadn't finished yet. The cool sea breeze blew past, tugging at the corner of Chu Hen's clothes and black hair. His handsome and resolute face was clearly defined, as if it had been carved by a knife. At this moment, there were still 30 to 40 talismans that had yet to be carved into tool marks. The purple flame was still bewitching and exuberant, but what was inside the flame was still a mystery. In other words, everyone no longer cared about what Chu Hen was forging, because no matter what the result was, he would not be the main character on the field. "Let's start grading," Gong Sun Shao said. "Not far away." Shui Zhen was startled and replied, "There's still an hour before it ends." What he actually wanted to say was that Chu Hen was still on the court. Even though most people had a disdainful attitude towards Chu Hen, there was still a small portion of people who were a little interested and wanted to know how far he could go. However, Gong Sun Shao didn't even look at Chu Hen as he said indifferently, "There's no need to wait. He won't be able to complete the 3rd level of the Eternity Heart Tool Mark." No one would doubt Gong Sun Zhao's words. Even Shui Zhen wouldn't have any objections. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the airflow on the high platform that Chu Hen was on became a little chaotic, and the pattern that led to the talisman formation instantly dimmed. The 30 times Reiki energy circulating had instantly decreased to less than 25 times. Moreover, the speed was still decreasing. There was no need to explain. Everyone knew that this was the prelude to the Reiki energy being exhausted. It was obvious that Chu Hen wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The crowd outside the stage was secretly amazed. Gong Sun Shao was indeed Gong Sun Shao. He could see through the situation with a single glance. It still ends in failure in the end. Qi Juexin stood proudly on the stage with a light and mocking smile on his face. At this point, it could be said that everyone present had completely given up on Chu Hen. It didn't matter whether he was on the court or not. "Damn, isn't this bullying?" Mu Feng scolded in a low voice in dissatisfaction. "He's right." Shifeng Zi replied with a trace of regret. "Senior Shifeng Yu?" The others couldn't help but frown. Shifeng Zi shook his head. It's indeed impossible for him to complete the 3rd level of the Eternity Heart Tool Mark. It's already very amazing that he was able to reach this step. No one knew Chu Hen's current state better than Shifeng Zi. Although his performance had greatly exceeded Shifeng Zi's expectations, he couldn't complete it. No matter how strong his willpower was, the crowd didn't say anything else and chose to remain silent. "The grading begins now," Shui Zhen announced in a clear voice. "Wah!" The crowd instantly erupted into cheers and cheers as they waved their arms and shouted. "Qi Juexin is the strongest. Su Lingzhu is the champion." The crowd was filled with anticipation and their blood was boiling. However, Gong Sun Shao had no intention of grading Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu first. He led Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, Shui Zhen, and the others down the stage and walked towards the stage on the far left. "Let's start from here." Everyone's interest was piqued, and their faces were filled with anticipation. Junior Li Kong pays his respects to the seniors. The young man, standing at the side of the stage, cupped his fists politely and showed them the talisman formation he had set up. Gong Sun Shao glanced at the flowing talisman formation on the stage indifferently and said, "Jade, killing formation." Li Kang's eyes glowed. It was obvious that he was anticipating the evaluation of the talisman formation he had set up. The structure of this jade killing formation is quite neat, and the combination of the talisman formations is quite reasonable. Yang Yuan began his evaluation. He paused for a moment before he continued. "You've modified this talisman formation yourself and replaced a few talisman formations, right?" "Elder Yang has a good eye." Li Kong nodded without hesitation. However, Yang Yuan smiled. "The power of the modified jade killing formation isn't much different from the original talisman formation. You're just superfluous." For points." Without listening to the other party's explanation, Yang Yuan directly gave a score. The other 3 judges did not have any objections and turned to walk to the next stage, leaving the embarrassed young man behind. The first result was only 4 points. For a total of 10 points, it did not even touch the passing line. The other participants immediately felt the pressure. On the second stage was a human-shaped puppet. Its entire body was made of steel, and its body was indestructible. There were hidden mechanisms at every joint of the puppet, and it was very eye-catching. It's a steel puppet. This score shouldn't be low. Someone in the audience expressed his opinion. I think so too. Controlling a puppet is very advantageous in battle. It's equivalent to 2 against 1. Hearing the praises from the audience, the tattoo artist who had created the puppet could not help but smile confidently. But then, an indifferent voice came out from the mouth of the weapon forging master, Chi-Yin. 5 points. 5 points? It couldn't be. The audience was instantly stunned. The tattoo artist on the stage was also stunned. It was only 1 point higher than the first person. This was too much of a blow. Master Chi-Yin, can you take a closer look? The person asked hurriedly. Chi-Yin replied coldly, Are you doubting me? No, it's not like that. The biggest mistake of this puppet is that there are too many mechanisms in it, causing its overall strength and toughness to be too low. When it encounters a little more powerful force, it will fall apart with 1 hit. If not for the fact that there are so few wooden puppets, I would have given it more than 5 points. Chi-Yin's words were like a basin of cold water that poured over the other party's heart. The audience once again experienced the severity of the heavenly talisman battle. But then again, the 4 judges were all well-known figures in this area. There were probably not many people who could catch their attention. Soon after, one after another, the stage was evaluated. Outside the stage, there was a burst of noise. Demon-slaying saber, a sacred weapon that can be ranked in the top 100, 6 points. 7-flowered reindew pill, a heaven-class high-grade pill. It's a pity that the control of the fire isn't very good. The pill is obviously not round enough, 6 points. Flying petals and falling wind formation, a heaven-class, mid-grade talisman formation, 5 points. Frost current silver needle, the rune technique integrated into it has reached a certain level, but the material used to create it is fire crystal. This material affects the ice attribute of the silver needle. This is a low-level mistake that only a novice would make. 3 points. Although Gongsun Xiao, Chi-Yin, and the others' evaluations were very harsh, one had to admit that every point they said was irrefutable. The genius tattoo artists, who were usually arrogant, had all been dampened today. More than 20 people were evaluated in a row. There were many people who scored 5 or 6 points, and there was no lack of people who scored 3 or 4 points. Even the geniuses like Li Chong from Yi City and Luo Yu from Giant Crocodile Bay could not exceed 7 points. So far, the highest score is actually 7 points. It's very normal. What kind of person is Gongsun Xiao? Can a grandmaster's judgment not be high? Not everything can catch his eye. That's true. Looks like we can only rely on the young city governor and Su Lingzhu. When the evaluation of the results was carried out, Chu Hen was still on the high platform. When passing by Chu Hen's high platform, Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and the others directly bypassed him, completely ignoring his existence. To anyone, this was a great disdain. But Chu Hen did not look sideways and continued to focus on carving the remaining runes. But in terms of progress, it was as slow as a snail. The operating speed of the Reiki energy was also decreasing. From the initial maximum speed of 30 times, it decreased to 25 times, then 15 times, and now it directly dropped to 10 times. Hey, what is that guy doing? Who knows? He's really a failure to be able to do this. Nobody cares about him at all. It's simply a waste of time. Let him be. He's just a joke anyway. Chapter 10:23. Let him do as he pleases. In any case, he's just a joke. The mocking and disdainful laughter outside the stage was endless. The 4 judges, Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, Chi-Yin, and Shui Zhen, had already evaluated and graded the 20-odd contestants. Meanwhile, Chu Hen was still sitting on the stage as if there was no one else present. The speed at which the Reiki energy was circulating was constantly decreasing. From the initial 30 times, it dropped to 25 times, then 15 times, then 10 times, as the light emitted by the guiding glyph array on the stage grew dimmer and dimmer. The speed at which Chu Hen's Reiki energy circulated quickly reached 5 times its normal speed. The Reiki energy released was clearly faintly discernible, soft and powerless. The energy was about to be exhausted. It seemed that it was impossible to escape the fate of failure. Compared to the other contestants on the stage, Chu Hen was like a joke to the spectators. Nightmare Glyph Array, a high-grade, heaven-grade illusory killing array. It can cause dreams, and those who fall into it will be trapped in the dream forever, unable to extricate themselves. 8 points, the Yang family's elder, Yang Yuan, spoke in an approving voice. What? 8 points? Whoosh! In an instant, the entire audience burst into exclamations. One had to know that out of the 20-odd contestants who had given their scores, only 2 or 3 had reached 7 points. Who would have thought that there would actually be an 8-point? Who got 8 points? Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Meng family's genius, Meng Yan. Amazing. Looks like the Meng family has hopes of becoming the leader of the 4 great families. Looking at the audience's praise for Meng Yan on the stage, the Meng family's patriarch couldn't help but reveal an incomparably satisfied smile. In comparison, the other 3 patriarchs' faces were somewhat gloomy. Who could have expected that among the 4 great families of Whale Island City this year, only Meng Rock would make it to the final round? The head of the Shui family was fine. After all, Shui Feng was defeated by Su Lingzhu, so she didn't suffer any serious injuries. As for Shen Hu and Lu Yan, not only did they lose the competition, but they were also crippled. At the thought of this, the eyes of the masters of the Shen family and the Lu family grew colder and colder. The hatred they had for Chu Hen also multiplied if it wasn't for that hateful bastard. How could the Meng family be so proud of themselves? Humph! If I was on the field, would you also have such a proud moment? Lu Yan, who was sitting outside, looked at the high-spirited Meng Yan in front of him with a disdainful sneer. The pain from the bandaged left shoulder made Lu Yan's ice-cold eyes surge with a thick chill. All of this was thanks to one person. Lu Yan's eyes flickered with hatred and resentment as he looked at the young figure at the back of the field. He shouted fiercely, "It's all because of you! You damned bastard! I won't let you off!" Star Traveling Disc, a support-type sacred weapon, 7 points. Mystical Grass Dragon Bone Pill, a heaven rank, mid-grade pill. However, the heat conversion is lacking, and the power used to carve the pill veins is insufficient. 6 points. The scores of the finished products were revealed one after another. The situation on the field gradually became clear. After Meng Yan, another contestant with 8 points appeared among the remaining 10 or so people. It was a young genius from Dongluyi City. Finally, apart from Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu, the scores of all the contestants had been evaluated. The Heavenly Talisman battle had entered its most soul-stirring and tense moment. At this moment, there was only about the time it took to drink a cup of tea before the incense completely burned out. On the high platform where Chu Hen was, the purple flame was still like a gorgeous and enchanting fire lotus. In front of him, there were still more than 10 runes that had yet to be carved into tool veins. What was even worse was that all the guiding array glyphs on the high platform had dimmed, and the speed of Reiki energy had directly dropped to its slowest state. From afar, one could vaguely see that Chu Hen's arm was swaying slightly. The Reiki energy that was being released was as thin as gossamer. Those runes seemed to contain an incomparably heavy force of 10,000 kilograms. Carving each rune was exceptionally difficult. What should we do? Big Brother Chu Hen's Reiki energy seems to be running out. Below the stage, Yao was extremely anxious and restless. No, it's too forceful. Zheng Shu also frowned. The others also had a helpless look on their faces. Shi Fengzi had already made it very clear that failure was unavoidable. However, at this moment, almost no one outside the stage noticed Chu Hen's side. They directly ignored it. Everyone's gaze stopped on the last two people. Qi Juexin will definitely win. Su Lingzhu, champion. This moment has finally come. I want to see what kind of elixir Su Lingzhu has refined to dare to challenge the young city governor. The 100 penetration tool veins and the sacred bloodline origin energy can instantly kill everything. That's hard to say. Look at Su Lingzhu. She doesn't look weak at all. Who would have the last laugh would be revealed immediately. At this moment, everyone in the audience had turned into green leaves. Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu stood far apart, like two bright moons hanging high in the sky. Even City Governor Qi Ming had a look of anticipation on his face. Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yun, and the others looked at each other. The former smiled and said, looking at everyone's looks of anticipation, "We don't dare to be careless. Then, please come to the central platform. We will evaluate it at the same time." Wow. The cheers outside the stage became even louder. One by one, they raised their arms and cheered loudly. An earth-shattering aura filled the air. Qi Juexin's handsome brows twitched as a proud smile appeared on his face. With the blue holy sword on his back, he walked towards the central platform. Su Lingzhu's eyes were clear as water. She placed her slender hand on the bronze cauldron in front of her and gently pressed her palm. Buzz! A soft trembling sound was heard as a golden light rose from the cauldron. Then it gently floated into her palm like a ball of water from a goose feather. That is? Everyone's pupils trembled, and their faces were filled with surprise. The ball of light in Su Lingzhu's palm was like a golden ball of water. Inside the ball of water, there seemed to be a stream of colorful spiritual liquid flowing. A strong holy aura was emitted. The spiritual liquid seemed to be the essence of the rainbow after the rain. It was not a pill. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. However, Gongsun Xiao, Qi Yin, and the other masters' eyes lit up. Their eyes were filled with praise. I see. No wonder there was no pill fragrance from the beginning. The few of them muttered to themselves and nodded in amazement. Looking at the judges' expressions, the audience became even more nervous. Qi Juexin and Su Lingzhu walked to the central platform almost at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. The former smiled, faintly with a hint of frivolity. Then, the two of them handed the blue, holy sword and the golden ball of water to the young maidservant next to them. The maidservant carefully and respectfully presented the two items to them. Gongsun Xiao and Yang Yuan began to appreciate the holy sword forged by Qi Juexin. Qi Yun and Shui Zhen began to observe the golden ball of water refined by Su Lingzhu. The entire venue suddenly became extremely quiet. The crowd outside the venue did not even dare to breathe loudly. The four judges whispered to each other as they appreciated the sword. From time to time, they would show expressions of admiration. Then, Gongsun Xiao passed the blue long sword to Qi Yin. The latter also passed the golden ball of water to him. When he received the long sword, Qi Yin could not help but sigh. Good sword. This was already the second time he had praised it. It was rare for a famous weaponsmith to appreciate something like this. About half a cup of tea's time passed quietly. For the crowd present, it was as long as half a century. Finally, the four of them stopped talking and turned around to face Qi Juexin, Su Lingzhu, as well as City Lord Qi Ming and the four patriarchs on the host stand, Golden Jade Immortal Elixir, Supreme Grade Heaven Rank Elixir. Yang Yuan raised one hand and held the golden ball of water. The ball of water glowed with a soft light like a treasure. Wow! When the three words Supreme Grade came out, everyone present was shocked. One by one, they looked at Su Lingzhu with eyes full of indescribable amazement. What was Supreme Grade? In terms of quality, it had already exceeded the scope of heaven rank and was infinitely close to the existence of the master level. How is this possible? Su Lingzhu is only a level 5 heavenly Patermaster. How can she refine a supreme grade elixir? The audience could not help but question. That's right, and the Golden Jade Immortal Elixir is only a supreme grade elixir. How can it reach the level of supreme grade? The heavenly talisman battle had gathered countless lovers of talismans. There was no lack of people who knew about the Golden Rain Immortal Elixir. In the eyes of the world, it was only a heaven rank elixir, not enough to reach the level of supreme grade. Yang Yuan's evaluation had more or less caused some people to be puzzled. What's the use of the Golden Jade Immortal Elixir? Xiao Xiaowan asked in confusion. A top elixir that can increase the strength of the body. Zhang Shu answered casually. This can also be considered a supreme grade elixir? There are many elixirs that can strengthen the body. Isn't it too ordinary? Miss Xiaowan, you don't know. Zhang Shu did not get angry and explained in detail. Most of the elixirs in the world can only increase the strength of the muscles and bones of the body, but the Golden Jade Immortal Elixir not only strengthens the body, but most importantly, it brings comprehensive protection to the internal organs. Oh! The power of the Golden Jade Immortal Elixir will form a protective layer in the internal organs of the human body. This protective layer will automatically activate when it encounters a fatal threat, and it can be immune to external injuries many times. This is what the outside world often calls the undying golden body. The duration of this undying golden body will vary according to the strength of the energy it is immune to. In any case, it's a very powerful absolute defense. Undying golden body? Hearing Zhang Shu's explanation, the few of them were instantly shocked. With the golden body formed by the Golden Jade Immortal Elixir, it was like having a few more lives. It was indeed a rare treasure. However, the Golden Jade Immortal Elixir is indeed only a supreme grade elixir. Why would Elder Yang Yuan give us a supreme grade elixir? Zhang Shu muttered with slight doubt. He continued to return to the central platform, facing the indistinct doubts from the audience. Elder Yang Yuan's piercingly cold gaze swept across the audience. Then, with a thought, a few strands of condensed Reiki energy flowed out from his palm. Buzz! In the next moment, the golden ball of water in his palm blossomed with a dazzling light. It was like a shining pearl. Immediately after, something unexpected happened. An illusory shadow quietly appeared above the ball of water. Everyone looked over. The illusory shadow was actually a lotus that was slowly blooming and then slowly closing. The petals closed for a while and then opened for a while, swaying with an enchanting and dreamy mist. It was incomparably peculiar. This is... Countless spectators widened their eyes. Even Song Xiao, Xue Feng, Lu Yan, and the other geniuses who were sitting in the audience seats were astonished. Could it be a protective demon spirit? Everyone looked carefully. Yang Yuan shouted with an unquestionable tone. This Golden Jade Immortal Elixir has fused with the soul of 100 flowers. In other words, those who use this kind of spiritual medicine will not only be able to obtain the golden body of immunity, they will also have a certain chance of obtaining a guardian demon spirit. Super top grade, heaven stage elixir. May I ask if anyone has any questions? Super top grade, heavy and powerful. The entire audience gasped in admiration. Many of Su Lingzhu's supporters shouted loudly, setting off an earth-shattering applause. Su Lingzhu will definitely win. Su Lingzhu, champion. The people from Zhongyuan Castle were especially excited. Zhuo Yuehan's face revealed a relaxed smile. From the beginning until the end, Su Lingzhu had never disappointed him. However, the judges did not immediately announce Su Lingzhu's score. Gongsun, Xiao pointed at the blue longsword in Qi Yan's hand. 100 piercing, saint sword. The entire audience immediately went silent, and their gazes remained the same. I believe there's no need for me to explain how difficult it is to create 100 piercing artifact marking. Most importantly, it contains the power of the city governor's saint body's bloodline. As Gongsun Shao spoke, he raised his hand towards Qiming. The latter was like a king sitting in the throne room, revealing a smile that emitted a supreme dignity. Then, Qi Yin raised the sword slightly, and the blue light that covered the sword instantly blossomed. Streams of flowing light intertwined with each other, and an incomparably sharp aura immediately rose between heaven and earth. Everyone present could feel the transcendent aura emanating from the sword. There's no doubt that it's a saint weapon on the ranking list. Master Qi Yin said decisively, the power of 100 piercing artifact, in addition to the power of the saint body, is so strong that it's comparable to the top 10 saint weapons on the saint weapon ranking. Currently, the power of the rune and the power of the bloodline are only at the initial stage of merging. In the future, when the two perfectly merge, its power will be even greater. The power of 100 penetrations, the power of a saint body. The top 10 saint weapons on the saint weapon ranking. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. One should know that the reward for the top 3 in the Heavenly Talisman battle was the Yang Furnace, ranked 8th on the Saint Weapon ranking, and the Nebula Chain, ranked 9th. These 2 items alone were enough to make countless people salivate. And now, Qi Jueshin had single-handedly created a saint weapon that wasn't inferior to these 2 treasures. How terrifying was this? From now on, how many saint weapons on the ranking list would appear in Whale Island City? Just thinking about it was enough to shock everyone. The young city lord is too heaven-defying. What will happen in the future? He'll definitely become a zone-level rune master in the future. Qi Jueshin, the strongest. Qi Jueshin, champion. Without a doubt. The evaluation ended, and it was finally time for the grading. The 4 people on the stage looked at each other, then nodded in tacit understanding. Everyone outside the stage had their hearts in their throats. Gongsun Shao took a step forward, looked at Qi Jueshin and Su Lingzhu in front of him, and said, after unanimous discussion between the 4 of us, both of your works are impeccable, and we give you full marks. Full marks! Whoosh! He directly skipped the 9 marks in the middle and gave them full marks. Qi Jueshin raised his brows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Su Lingzhu's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and there was also a faint ripple in them. However, immediately after, Gongsun Zhao's gaze suddenly turned to Su Lingzhu. Although the Golden Rain Immortal Nectar you refined has no flaws, and the Heaven Reversal Rune and 100 Piercing Rune are equally matched, the Golden Immunity Body can't be permanently preserved in the body, and the power of the 100 Flower Soul isn't enough to contend against the giant whale's sacred body. Do you agree with what I said? The moment these words came out, the people of Whale Island City were delighted. Zhongyuan Castle suddenly had a bad premonition. Everyone looked at Su Lingzhu, only to see her nod, and her red lips slightly parted as she replied without the slightest doubt. I agree, neither servile nor overbearing. Su Lingzhu's voice was very calm, without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. From her point of view, it didn't seem particularly important who the champion was. This wasn't the case for Qi Jueshin. His youthful arrogance and untamed arrogance were all displayed on his face. In an instant, the audience was greeted with unprecedented cheers and cheers. Almost all the spectators stood up, and the 4 patriarchs congratulated City Lord Qiming. Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations. Congratulations, young City Lord. Champion, champion. Uniform cheers and shouts resounded throughout the world. Gongsun Shao, Qi Yin, and the others nodded. The former raised his hands, and his powerful voice surged like the tide. I hereby announce that the champion of the Heavenly Talisman battle is Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, at this moment, An extremely violent and astonishing force swept out from the back of the plaza. Everyone present was startled. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that there was still the forgotten Chu Hen. What's going on? Everyone looked to the side and saw that Chu Hen's body was trembling and the veins on his arms were bulging. An extremely chaotic Reiki energy was swimming around his body, and in front of him, the purple flame was rising restlessly. A string of runes that had yet to be inscribed flickered and shook violently as if it was about to collapse. The runes are collapsing. The power is going to backfire. This guy is digging his own grave. Sensing the chaotic aura on Chu Hen's body, it was obvious that the runes were about to collapse. This time, it would not be as lucky as the last time. Sung! Just as the Reiki energy that was connected to the last few runes collapsed, it announced that Chu Hen's Reiki energy had been completely exhausted. In the next moment, the purple flame suddenly formed a chaotic and violent force that was like the undercurrent of the deep sea. An extremely dangerous aura instantly spread out. Oh no! Elder brother Chu Hen, Yi Yao, Long Xuan Shuang, Shifeng Zi, and the others turned pale with fright. Boom! An extremely heavy and deafening sound shocked everyone's eardrums. The purple flame in front of Chu Hen exploded like a meteorite, an extremely violent force, which was comparable to a torrent that broke through a dam, rushed toward Chu Hen. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, but there was not the slightest fear in his flashing purple eyes. Instead, they were full of firmness and determination. Buzz, seeing that Chu Hen was about to suffer the dangerous backfire of the runes, an unparalleled, majestic momentum burst out from his body again without any warning. The space trembled, and the dried-up mud-pill palace was immediately filled with the sea water. Chu Hen raised his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out. The mighty Reiki energy soared up to the sky, and a momentum that was countless times more powerful than that of an earth tattoo master swept in all directions. Crack! The platform beneath Chu Hen's body rapidly split open, forming numerous deep cracks. Even the ground beneath the high platform had a huge, web-like crack extending outwards. Heavenly tattoo master! This guy has broken through. All the people in the field were stunned. They never expected that Chu Hen would step into the heavenly tattoo master realm at such a critical moment. The airwaves spread and the wind roared. The purple flame splashed all over the sky like 100 flowers blooming. Chapter 10:24. Rumble! The earth trembled and waves of air soared into the sky. An incomparably powerful and majestic aura swept out in all directions with a crushing force. The high platform beneath Chu Hen was instantly filled with crisscrossing, deep cracks. Numerous and densely packed cracks wantonly blossomed outwards. It extended all the way to the bottom of the platform, like a large spider web. Heavenly pattern master? That guy actually broke through? The sudden unforeseen event caused everyone to be stunned. Their gazes immediately shifted from the center of the high platform to Chu Hen, who had been forgotten by the others. Purple flames scattered everywhere. Chu Hen stood on the platform, brimming with energy, his eyes bright, completely different from the weak state he was a moment ago. Who would have thought that he would step into the realm of heavenly pattern master the moment the Reiki energy was exhausted? However, from the chaotic situation, it seemed that he had failed again. It was also at this moment that the incense in the cauldron quietly burned out. The last spark fell on the table, emitting a faint wisp of green smoke, and then completely extinguished. The audience outside the arena felt that it was a little strange. Lu Yen below the stage frowned. For some reason, looking at Chu Hen's calm face, there was an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. What's going on? The head of the Meng family on the host platform said, "Continue to announce the results of the competition." Shui Zhen nodded slightly on the central high platform, then immediately signaled to Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin. Gongsun Shao did not say anything else and announced loudly again, I hereby announce that the champion of this heavenly talisman battle is... The audience's eyes once again bloomed with anticipation. Qi Juexin looked at the audience with disdain, the corner of his mouth curled up in a contented smile. Wait. Suddenly, a resolute and heavy voice resounded through the surroundings, and it directly stopped Gongsun Shao from speaking the second half of his sentence. Gongsun Shao furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction. The audience outside the arena could not help but curse. Are you crazy? What do you want? Why didn't the rune recoil kill him just now? Qi Juexin had a playful smile on his face. He looked at Chu Hen and said in a light tone, "That explosion just now was a celebratory salute for me, right?" "Thank you so much," Chu Hen replied with a mocking sneer. He stood up, exuding an extraordinary aura. "It's too early for you to laugh. Be careful, or your face will be slapped swollen." After saying that, Chu Hen reached out with one hand, and a strong suction force was released. A purple flame that was scattered on the ground in front of him left the ground and fell into Chu Hen's hand. The audience was shocked. Su Lingzhu on the stage, Zhui Wehan, Song Xiu, Lu Yan, Shui Feng, and the rest of the people outside the arena were stunned. Chu Hen held the purple flame with one hand, like a wizard who controlled the demonic flame. Buzz! Then the flame quickly disappeared. Under the flame, an item flowing with a purple glow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That was... The audience was shocked and confused. Even Shifeng Zi, Long Xuanchuang, Mu Feng, Zheng Shu, and the rest of the people were shocked. He actually succeeded? Shifeng Zi murmured. The item in Chu Hen's hand was a heart-protecting armor. The heart-protecting armor looked very simple and convenient, and it was the size of a vest. The armor did not look too eye-catching. A purple glow flowed on it, as if it was covered with a layer of obscure flame. What's this? Don't tell me this is a finished product? Hee. I'm afraid that even some lowly inscriptionists can refine something better than this. Chu Hen ignored the mockery outside the arena. He held the heart-protecting armor in his hand and walked straight to the center of the arena with steady steps. Masters, this is the punishment injury armor that I refined, Duan Lingtian said. Chu Hen handed the heart-protecting armor to Gongsun Shao and the rest on the high platform. The audience could not help but feel confused. Looking at him, it did not seem like he was here to cause trouble. However, Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and the rest had no intention of paying attention to Chu Hen. There's no need for that, Gongsun Shao replied coldly. Oh. Chu Hen pretended to be surprised. You're not even looking at it? Isn't that unfair to me? Do you need a reason? Of course. Then I'll give you a reason. The Eternity Heart Tool rune is no match for the 100 Penetration Tool rune. Even if you've inscribed the 3rd level, just that drop of Saint Body Origin blood is enough to make you lose the right to stand here. Every single word was clear and unquestionable. The audience below the arena hurriedly echoed loudly. Well said. Grandmaster Gongsun is absolutely right. This idiot is here to cause trouble. Chase him out. At that moment, Chu Hen was like the public enemy of the entire nation. No matter who looked at him, he was an eyesore. Qi Juexin, who was not far away, looked at Chu Hen with an extremely disdainful smile. Hee, why do you have to make yourself look so pitiful? It's so pitiful that it's pitiful. Chu Hen smiled. Why don't you give it a try? Why don't you give it a try? Oh, how? It's very simple. Chu Hen pointed at the blue sword in Qi Yun's hand and said, Use your 100 penetration, holy sword to attack my punishment armor. Let's see what the result is. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone was shocked by Chu Hen's suggestion. Arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. It was a blatant provocation. What is Brother Chu Hen doing? That's a weapon that's comparable to the top 10 weapons on the holy weapon rankings. Even Zheng Shu felt that Chu Hen had gone too far. Long Xuanchuang, Yao, Haozi, Mufeng, and the others were silent as they watched the situation on the arena solemnly. Are you sure? Qi Juexin smiled with interest. Of course. Chu Hen replied, You might die. Qi Juexin's smile became even more sarcastic. In his opinion, Chu Hen was just like a fool. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows. Then let's begin. As you wish. Qi Juexin's eyes turned cold as he spoke in a high-spirited manner. For the audience outside the arena, they would never complain that things were getting out of hand. Especially on such an occasion, they wanted to witness the power of the 100 penetration holy sword with their own eyes. Gong Sun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin looked at each other and sneered disdainfully. Then, Qi Yin returned the 100 penetration holy sword to Qi Juexin. At the same time, the guards of the city governor's mansion began to clear the arena. All the contestants in the arena returned to the audience seats. Humph! He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, the master of the Liu family shouted from the host's high platform. Governor, there's no need to let this kind of person mess around. Just throw him out, the master of the Xin family said. Governor Qiming sat on the platform like a king with his fingers crossed in front of him. There's no harm in giving it a try, he replied calmly. The few of them did not say anything else. After all, they were well aware that Qi Tong had absolute confidence in him, which was why he acted this way. Xing! The deep sound of the sword reverberated in the arena. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Hen and Qi Juexin were left in the arena. This is just a competition between weapons. Both parties are not allowed to use other moves and rune techniques. Shui Zhen reminded loudly on the platform. Rune techniques? Hee. Does he have the qualifications to let the young governor use rune techniques? Someone in the audience mocked. That's right, that lousy thing probably can't take a single strike from the young governor. The young governor will definitely win. Teach him how to be a man. The formless aura swept across the world like a cold wind. Qi Juexin held the 100-piercing holy sword and squinted at Chu Hen in front of him. It's starting. You have to be careful, Xing. Along with a loud and clear, trembling sound of sword energy, a vigorous Reiki energy was injected into the sword, and a powerful sword aura burst out. The blue light and shadow shone brightly, and layers of ripples flowed up and down the sword's body. The surrounding airflow also began to recklessly stack up, and streaks of sharp sword shadows began to spread out from beneath Qi Juexin's feet. Immediately, countless neat spiral-shaped sword marks appeared on the ground. What a strong aura! Everyone outside the arena once again felt the meaning of the words, 100-piercing, holy sword. They were even more certain that Chu Hen's behavior was undoubtedly courting death. At the same time, Chu Hen's mind moved, and the punishment injury armor in his hand also emitted a soft light. Buzz, then, the punishment injury armor turned into a wisp of illusory light pattern, like a misty light vine, spreading along Chu Hen's arm to other parts of his body. A purple beam of light surrounded his whole body. Following that, the beam of light became more and more condensed, converging on Chu Hen's chest, back, shoulders, elbows, and other places. It was as if a set of armor had been created, immediately transforming into an awe-inspiring battle armor. That is, looking at the strange changes on Chu Hen's body, many people present showed a shocked expression. The battle armor was overflowing with color, as if it was made of purple crystal. A thin layer of flame was attached to the armor, showing a shocking aura. Humph! Qi Juexin smiled contemptuously. A little interesting, but I only need one sword to send you to the next world. Moo! A strong wind blew, and a shocking long roar caused a sky-high tide. The sky was overshadowed, the clouds changed, and blue light overflowed in all directions. A huge blue whale phantom suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. An unparalleled, majestic momentum crushed the entire arena. Everyone in the entire arena felt as if they were in front of a shocking tsunami. Chu Hen seemed to be standing on the cusp of the storm, bearing huge pressure head-on. It's too late to regret now. Qi Juexin smiled coldly, and his eyes surged with killing intent. Along with a series of afterimages in the air, Qi Juexin rose with his sword, rolling up infinite killing intent, and pierced Chu Hen's heart. Die! Whoosh! The sword tore through the air, and the momentum was fierce. Countless blue sword flows flew around the sword. At this moment, like a rainbow in the night, it lit up the entire arena, shocking heaven and earth. The audience outside the arena seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Chu Hen being pierced through the chest by Qi Juexin, and blood splattering everywhere. The distance between the two shortened rapidly. In the next moment, the sword, surrounded by blue flowing shadows, like a divine ray, pointed at Chu Hen's body. Boom! For example, the eruption of mountains and rivers with the force of 10,000 caddies, and the momentum was like thunder. A circle of surging sword waves swept in all directions, and a thick layer of the ground collapsed, and the surrounding high platforms were smashed one after another. Thousands of sword energies intertwined and splashed, mixed with incomparably chaotic purple flames. The audience's heartstrings were stretched taut, and then their pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with deep disbelief. How was this possible? Even the expressions of Gong Sun Shao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, and the other judges changed. The four patriarchs and city lord Qi Ming also frowned. The scene of Chu Hen being killed by the sword did not appear, and the 100-piercing holy sword in Qi Juexin's hand did not pierce through the opponent's chest. The sharp sword tip pointed at the punishment armor in front of Chu Hen, and it felt like it had hit a steel plate. Circles of purple flames spread out in front of Chu Hen, and the impact of the 100-piercing holy sword was constantly dissipated. Qi Juexin was also extremely surprised. He looked at Chu Hen, who the holy sword was pointing at, in disbelief. Chu Hen was like a boulder, standing in place without moving, and there was a faint purple light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Is that all you have? It was an undisguised provocation. Qi Juexin was furious, and his eyes were surging with ruthlessness. You're courting death, Mu. As soon as his voice fell, the giant whale phantom that appeared in the sky was like a divine beast rushing down from the sky, crushing down with the momentum of a landslide. Chu Hen sneered disdainfully, and an unshakable, transcendent aura leaked out of his body. Whoosh! A circle of purple light spread out, and a pair of dazzling purple shadow wings suddenly unfolded on the back of the punishment armor. Light and shadow flowed on the spread shadow wings, and quickly converged to form a pair of strange and evil eyes. Bang! An incomparably heavy explosive sound rang out. An extremely strong, rebounding force that was comparable to the undercurrents of the deep sea surged out from Chu Hen's body. The blue whale image in the sky above the plaza immediately exploded into countless fragments of light rain. A majestic purple halo surged out, and Qi Juexin was directly shaken away, and only stopped after retreating dozens of meters. The stopped Qi Juexin was shocked and angry, and just as he was about to fly into a rage again, a clear ding sound startled him. The 100-piercing holy sword in his hand suddenly broke in the middle, and a sharp blade quietly slipped to the ground. Chapter 10:25. Ding! The crisp sound was transmitted to the ears of the audience, but it was particularly ear-piercing. The pupils of all the people on Jade Spiral Island shrank violently. The moment the 100-piercing holy sword in Qi Juexin's hand broke, the square, which accommodated tens of thousands of people, suddenly ushered in a deathly silence. Whoosh! The 100-piercing sword was no longer sharp. Astonishment, bewilderment, incredulity, and deep shock, all kinds of unexpected negative emotions, filled everyone's face. The holy sword, inscribed with the 100-piercing sword pattern and the bloodline power of the giant whale, sacred body, was actually broken. Qi Juexin looked at the broken sword in his hand in astonishment, unable to react for a moment. Looking at Chu Hen again, the battle armor covering his body was like that of a divine general, imposing and peerlessly domineering. A layer of flame-like purple lines constantly flickered and pulsated, overflowing with light and color, luxurious and sacred, like a war god's helmet. Something like scrap iron can also win the championship? Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and his sharp eyes swept straight to the four judges. Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, and Shui General. This was an interrogation, and a slap in the face. Crash! In an instant, the whole audience was noisy and chaotic. The faces of Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and the other two were particularly gloomy, and their hearts could be said to be filled with shock and anger. The confident and straightforward evaluation of the judges just now had suddenly become a slap in the face. Even so, they couldn't even say a word to refute. Scrap iron. The two cold words were heavy and powerful. Not only did it slap the judges, but it also heavily slapped Qi Juexin's face, and also slapped the faces of countless people of Whale Island City. The atmosphere outside the arena became more and more chaotic, and the noise became more and more noisy. Is this a dream? It can't be true. There must be a problem. I don't believe it. Absolutely don't believe it. What kind of armor was that? It could even break the 100-piercing holy sword? Furthermore, it was a sacred artifact that was fused with the power of the sacred bloodline. Everyone looked at Chu Hen with eyes filled with endless bewilderment. Who was this person? Su Lingzu, Zhui Wehan, Song Xiao, Shui Feng, Lu Yan, and the rest of the geniuses inside and outside the arena had a profound look in their eyes. No one had expected such an outcome. The third level of the Eternity Heart tool marking used the tool as a supplement to display strength in a material form. In other words, it was a unique rune technique that refined power into weapons. And this time, Chu Hen used the strength of his 5-star demon eyes to forge it into a suit of armor. The power of the 5-star demon eyes was mainly for defense. During the battle at the Black Kshetra Sky region, Chu Hen, whose cultivation base was merely at the Earth Profound stage, had relied on the absolute defense of the Punishment Wound Shield to consecutively kill 2 Heavenly Profound stage elders from the Innocence Valley and the Taiching sect. After that, during the battle at the Thunder Saint Palace, Chu Hen had even used the Punishment Wound Shield to withstand 2 of Lei Aoqiong's heavy blows. Who was Lei Aoqiong? He was the holy leader of the Thunder Saint Palace, a top powerhouse at the ancient eternal stage. His sacred body of thunder possessed an extremely strong, explosive power. Although the impact of Qi Juexin's sword was strong, it was not even 1/10 of Lei Aoqiong's strength. On the other hand, the punishment wound armor that was refined with the power of the 5-star demon eyes was almost the same as the punishment wound shield. There was a fundamental difference between the two. So what if he had the 100-piercing tool marking? So what if he had the giant whale, sacred physique's bloodline? Even if he combined the two, it was still inferior to the demon eye bloodline, one of the 10 most powerful sacred physiques. Buzz, buzz! The purple light patterns surrounding Chu Hen's body slowly receded. The punishment battle armor that covered Chu Hen's body also disappeared. Outside the arena, Mu Feng, Haozi Yao, and the others could not contain their excitement. The few of them raised their arms and cheered, clapping and cheering. How can he be so handsome? Big brother Chu Hen, you will win. Shifeng Zi let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, a miracle really happened. It was also at this moment that a deep applause came from one side of the audience seats. Everyone was stunned at first. The person who applauded was Song Xiao from Zhongyuan Castle. Then, Su Lingzu also clapped her hands lightly. Like a chain reaction, the applause became louder and louder. Meanwhile, Qi Juexin's expression became colder and colder. Chu Hen glanced at him coldly, then looked at the host's stand and said, I want the flowing cloud, golden boat. Do you have any objections? The reward for the top 3 in the Heavenly Talisman battle. The Flowing Cloud Golden Boat, the Yang Furnace, and the Nebula Chain. Chu Hen's goal was only for the Flowing Cloud Golden Boat. The judges silently turned their eyes to Castellan Qi Ming. At a time like this, the only one who could maintain his composure was this monarch-like person with the highest authority. Qi Tong raised his cold eyes and looked down from above. With a deep gaze, he stared at Chu Hen, who was below him. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to be inexplicably tense. "Give it to him." After a short moment of silence, 2 calm words came out from Qi Tong's mouth. "Yes, Castellan," Shui Zhen replied respectfully. Then he walked to the long table where the 3 treasures were placed. With a wave of his hand, a strong air wave lifted the scroll in the middle and flew towards Chu Hen. Ta! Chu Hen raised his left hand and steadily held the scroll in his palm. It felt thick and heavy, so Chu Hen put it into his pocket without hesitation. "Thank you," Chu Hen replied calmly. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around and was ready to leave. Han Yichuan, Mu Feng, and Long Xuanxuang also stood up and left their seats. Since he had obtained the Flowing Cloud Golden Boat, there was no need to stay. With this Flowing Cloud Golden Boat, he didn't need to spend a lot of primordial crystal stones to ride on those large Flowing Cloud Golden Boats, and he didn't need any pass. Wait, just as Chu Hen had taken a few steps, Qi Juexin's cold voice froze the few of them in their tracks. Everyone present was startled. "What's going on?" "Anything else?" Chu Hen turned around and looked at him calmly. Hee. A frivolous smile appeared on Qi Juexin's face. This was also his signature smile. Those who knew him well knew that he would always do something unexpected at this moment. Qi Juexin glanced at Chu Hen, then turned around and said to Qi Ming, "Father, I have something to report. What is it?" Qi Ming replied calmly, "Actually, these people are traitors who don't follow the right path." His voice was loud and clear. Qi Juexin pointed at Chu Hen and shouted, "Traitors?" Everyone present was stunned. Mu Feng was so angry that he almost jumped up and scolded, "You bastard! You can't afford to lose, can't you? How dare you slander us? How dare you?" The guards of the city governor's mansion shouted, "What, do you want to bully us with numbers?" Mu Feng wanted to scold again, but Chu Hen raised his hand slightly, signaling him to stop talking. However, Qi Juexin continued, "This group of people stole the pets that this young master is raising, the Yin-Yang beast. Noni, Yin-Yang beast, Noni!" Wow! An uproar broke out in the square once again. Everyone's gazes turned in unison to the black and white cat in Yi Yao's arms. "It's really a Yin-Yang beast. I didn't notice it before. I saw it a long time ago, but I thought it was another Yin-Yang beast. I didn't expect it to be the same one." "It was stolen," Yi Yao hurriedly explained to the sudden accusation. "It's not like that. He threw Noni away, so we picked him up." "You said I threw Noni away?" "That's the biggest joke in the world. I adopted Noni when it was born, and it's been more than 3 years. Why would I throw it away? Even if you want to find an excuse, you should find a better one." Qi Juexin smiled faintly, his eyebrows full of disdain. With such a retort, Yi Yao's explanation seemed weak. She wished for nothing more than for Noni to speak up and explain the reason behind it. Chu Hen looked at Qi Juexin calmly. "Why did you only think of this now? The Heavenly Talisman battle is still ongoing. I don't want to spoil the process because of personal matters. Just now, the competition has already ended, but you have no intention of returning Noni to me. I gave you the chance, but you didn't realize it. I admire your ability to distort the truth." Most of the citizens of Whale Island City knew that the Yin-Yang beast, Noni, was indeed raised by Qi Juexin. Now that Noni was in Yi Yao's hands, everyone felt that he was in the wrong. At this moment, Castellan Qi Tong spoke. "Everyone, this seat hopes that this is just a misunderstanding. For the time being, I would like to invite all of you to stay in the Castellan mansion for a few days. After this matter is investigated, This seat will send all of you away. His tone was gentle, and his eyes were calm. Chi Tong's courteous treatment had won the heartfelt respect from the crowd. However, Chu Hen stared at Chi Tong's dignified face, which was like that of a ruler wielding power, with a deep gaze. Leave? Would it really be easy to stay for a few days? Would they really be able to leave unscathed then? No. A firm and decisive word was spat out from Chu Hen's mouth. Everyone present was even more astonished. The other party had actually rejected Chi Ming's request. One had to know that no one in Whale Island City would dare to do this. Are you feeling guilty now? Chi Jueshin was secretly delighted. It seemed that this matter could be settled more directly. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled up. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Chi Ming's mountain-like pressure. We're not used to the luxurious life in the city, Lord's residence. I don't want to stay in Whale Island City, either. His tone was still resolute. The atmosphere gradually turned cold and solemn. The various geniuses, as well as the guests and citizens of the various regions, all wore solemn expressions. Ha! Truly arrogant enough. Zhuo Yuehan laughed mockingly, his tone rather cold. Su Lingzhu frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the side of Chu Hen's extraordinarily handsome face. It had only been a few days, but this young man who had seemed like a passerby had attracted more and more of her attention. Chi Ming's eyes were slightly cold, and so was his tone. My patience isn't very good. You must know how to cherish this opportunity. A threat, an undisguised threat. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. At this moment, Chu Hen had already provoked the wrath of this sovereign. However, Chu Hen's expression didn't change at all. He looked straight into Chi Ming's eyes. My patience is also very poor. His cold words were like frost. Chu Hen's performance had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Chi Jueshin smiled. This was something he hadn't expected, but it was also something he wanted to see the most. Take him down. Yes. As soon as the order was given, a dozen awe-inspiring city, lords' residence guards, wielding cold spears, dashed out from outside the arena. They directly charged at Chu Hen's party with a stern aura. Chu Hen's eyes flashed coldly, and his heart trembled. Rumble, along with the momentum of the thunderbolt. With it, as the center, boundless dark blue lightning bolts directly blossomed from the center. Bang, bang, bang! A series of heavy muffled sounds and panicked screams rang out. Sparks and electric arcs flew together. Before the guards could even get close to Chu Hen, they were all sent flying. The guards fell to the ground in disorder, and they couldn't even get up. How dare you attack in front of the city lord? The patriarchs of the Lu family and the Shen family, who had long been unable to restrain their killing intent, were all furious, because Lu Yen and Xin, who were crippled. These two patriarchs also hated Chu Hen to the bone. Before, they couldn't find a chance to retaliate. Now, how could they let go of this great opportunity? The patriarch of the Lu family was the first to rush out from the host stand, a majestic and monstrous aura, like a mountain, crushed toward Chu Hen in front of him. Arrogant thing who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kneel down. Buzz, the patriarch of the Lu family, struck out with his palm. The powerful palm momentum was like a stormy sea, and the overwhelming impact poured out, stirring up a series of roaring airwaves. All the people in the field were shocked by the momentum of the patriarch of the Lu family and kept stepping back. His opponent's palm was completely aimed at taking Chu Hen's life. Humph! Chu Hen showed no fear. He stretched out 2 fingers of one hand and waved his hand. Swoosh! With the rapid sound of wind breaking, a bunch of dark green sword shadow swept across the sky and flew toward the patriarch of the Lu family with the momentum of piercing through the sky. The sword shadow was like a ray of light, and it was as fast as flying. A series of sword-light phantoms stunned the world. Hiss! The sharp sound shocked the audience. The pupils of the patriarch of the Lu family contracted tightly. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The next moment, blood splashed. The green sword shadow went straight through his whole palm and flew out from the back. What? All the people in the field turned pale with fright. At the same time, the patriarch of the Shin family, who hadn't realized what had happened, suddenly stood up, and the true inner force outside his body was surging like flames. Sizzle! Sizzle! However, the next second, a dazzling dark blue lightning beam suddenly crossed the square. With a startling momentum and flowing divine light, it went straight for the throat of the patriarch of the Shun family. The patriarch of the Shun family's face changed dramatically. In a hurry, he retreated quickly. However, the lightning beam was like a beam of light shuttling through the air, tracing the patriarch of the Shun family all the way to the center of the stand. No! The patriarch of the Shun family exclaimed in panic. Whoosh! However, the tip of the lightning beam stopped steadily when it was less than 5 centimeters away from the throat of the patriarch of the Shun family. All the people in the field had their hearts in their throats. Chu Hen raised one hand, and the lightning beam that was as dazzling as divine light swept out from his palm. Like a laser, its momentum was shocking. Humph! Looking at the panic-stricken patriarch of the Shun family, Chu Hen sneered disdainfully. He pointed his arm down, and the laser-like, dark blue lightning beam also slashed down. Bang! Boom! In an instant, rubble flew everywhere. The violent lightning beam was like an invincible divine blade, directly splitting a deep crack in the middle of the host's stand. It was like a brick or tofu that had been split open. On the stand, Gong Sun Shao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yin, and the other 2 patriarchs were all shocked by this momentum and were forced to retreat. Dense cracks appeared on the stand, extending all the way to the feet of Castellan Qi Ming. The unparalleled momentum shocked the audience, and in an instant he defeated 2 patriarchs in a row. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it directly lit up the sky and the earth. Dust floated in the air, and frost danced in the air. Chu Hen looked coldly at Qi Ming's flashing eyes. I've said it before, I'm also very impatient. If you dare to be so aggressive again, I don't mind interfering with your life and death. Boom! A threat. It was much more direct than the threat issued by Qi Ming. Everyone in the field was dumbfounded. Who on earth was this guy? One had to know that the person in front of him was in existence at the ancient eternal realm. This world was too crazy. Their gazes clashed like blades. Qi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still sat on the stand. Who on earth are you? This was the question in everyone's mind. Chu Hen's eyes were like torches. His throat moved slightly, and he spat out a few words coldly. Chapter 10:26. Victorious East Province, Chu Hen. The words were as cold as frost. Chu Hen's eyes were like torches, and his aura was like the rolling waves of the sea. Wow! As soon as these words came out, there was an unprecedented uproar outside the arena. Victorious East Province? Could it be? I remember now. That's right. The 3rd Lord of the victorious East Province, Chu Hen. Where have I heard the name Chu Hen before? So he's the one who destroyed the Thunder Saint Palace. A single word caused 1,000 ripples. His words woke everyone up from their dreams. In an instant, the entire Jade Spiral Island was in an uproar. Everyone's hazy mind instantly became clear, especially the guests of the Eastern continent. A few months ago, the name Chu Hen was like the sun in the sky, known by the people of the various provinces and regions of the Eastern continent. However, they never imagined that the young 3rd Lord of the province would actually appear in Whale Island City. Even more so, they didn't expect him to participate in the Heavenly Talisman battle as a pattern caster. Gong Sun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. As people of the Eastern continent, they naturally knew of the monstrous genius who had turned the victorious East Province upside down and massacred millions of lives by himself. Few people didn't know how great the uproar had been. The first-rate power of the victorious East Province, the Heaven Dynasty, had been flattened in the imperial city, and Innocence Valley had been massacred. Even the Thunder Saint Palace, one of the three major powers, had been uprooted by Chu Hen. In that battle, the Thunder Saint Palace's holy master had died on the spot, and the rest of the sect had been expelled. After that battle, Mount Kunliu had replaced the Thunder Saint Palace, and that young man, whose hands were stained with the blood of millions, had become the third lord of the province, second only to the myriad world sects sect Master Qiaoyong and the Jiuhua Palace's sect Master Xing-yi. After a few months, when everyone heard this name again, there was still a lot of shock in their hearts. It's actually him. Su Lingzu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and there were some fluctuations in her eyes. Even though Zhongyuan Castle and Whale Island City belonged to the seas outside of the eastern continent, they had still heard a thing or two about it. It was just that their knowledge wasn't as detailed as that of the eastern continent. Zhuai Wehan, Song Xiu, Xue Feng, and the rest of the geniuses looked solemn. Zhang Shu's face was full of confusion and disbelief. It turned out that Chu Hen, who had been calling him brother these days, had a great background. In fact, Jing Shu had long felt that Chu Hen and his group were not ordinary people, but he did not expect that he had still underestimated them. The chaos outside did not alleviate the atmosphere in the square. The air between Chu Hen and Qi Ming grew colder and colder. Soon, the square fell into a state of silence again. Pairs of solemn eyes stared at the two people in front of them. One was the unshakable ruler of Whale Island City. The other was the region lord who had displayed his unparalleled brilliance. Invisible sparks flew, and everyone's hearts tightened. What choice would Qi Ming make next? Qi Tong's eyes were filled with a deep intent as he stared at Chu Hen, who was below the stage. After a long period of silence, the corners of Qi Ming's eyes turned cold, and he slowly spat out a few words. "Leave the yin-yang beast, and you can leave." Phew! The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like an even more intense conflict wouldn't erupt. Even though many people were just here to watch the show, with so many people present, it was hard to guarantee that the situation wouldn't turn chaotic if the two sides started fighting. Hearing this, Yi Yao immediately tensed up. She subconsciously hugged Noni tightly, as if she couldn't bear to see him. She knew that if they left the yin-yang beast behind, it would definitely meet an incomparably miserable end. However, Chu Hen was especially calm in the face of Qi Ming's request. He raised the corner of his mouth and replied indifferently, "I don't think the city lord has any intention of letting us go. Furthermore, the yin-yang beast won't be left behind." Qi Ming's gaze turned cold, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. On the other side, Qi Juexin's expression darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Himph, we are magnanimous and won't pursue this matter. What else do you want? What else do you want?" Just as Qi Juexin finished speaking, an unshakable and transcendent aura came crashing down like a mountain. A powerful, ice-cold wind assaulted the entire area, and a bone-piercing chill directly poured into the depths of Qi Juexin's soul. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Qi Juexin's knees bent, and he forcibly knelt on the ground. His entire body trembled, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Chu Hen's frosty gaze suddenly shifted to Qi Juexin, and a strange purple light that caused one's heart to palpitate flickered in his eyes. Chu Hen's godlike gaze shot straight at Qi Juexin's pale face. "Humph! A piece of trash like you dares to criticize me. If I want to kill you, one move is more than enough. Trash!" These two heavy and forceful words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly struck the hearts of everyone present. Qi Juexin, the young city lord of Whale Island City, was hailed as a monstrous inscriptionist genius rarely seen in 100 years. At this moment, he was directly regarded as trash by Chu Hen. domineering, shocking, even more so provocative. In front of City Lord Chi Ming, and in front of the tens of thousands of citizens of Whale Island City, Chu Hen directly demonstrated what it meant to be domineering and furious at this moment. All the young elites in the arena were instantly overshadowed, and countless geniuses were reduced to mere foils. This was especially so for the Liu family's genius, Liu Yan. He was completely dumbfounded. Only now did he understand exactly how big the gap between Qi Juexin and Chu Hen was. Just the aura released was enough to make the other party kneel on the ground, unable to get up. What kind of difference was this? The guards of the city, Lord's residents, were also greatly alarmed, and they all surrounded him with their cold spears. "Stop! Don't you dare hurt the young city lord." Chu Hen's actions had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone had originally thought that the other party would stop while he was ahead and leave the yin-yang beasts behind. After all, this was Whale Island City, not the victorious East Province. How could these few people defeat an entire city? Qi Ming's face was already covered in a thick layer of frost, and his voice was as deep as the snow in December. "I'm afraid you don't want to leave any more." However, Chu Hen's aura didn't decrease, but instead increased. Looking back at Qi Ming, he said arrogantly, "Ever since I stepped into Whale Island City, I've been tolerating your actions time and time again. Not only did you refuse to give me a pass, but after I won the Heavenly Talisman battle and obtained the Flowing Cloud Golden Boat, you framed me. How can I tolerate this? I, Chu Hen, don't want to cause trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it." Chapter 10:27. Today, if I, Chu Hen, want to leave, who can stop me? Domineering, untamed. Every word was filled with arrogance. Even in front of the ancient, eternal stage expert, Qi Ming, Chu Hen's eyes were surging with endless arrogance. From the moment he'd stepped into Whale Island City, Qi Juexin had been overbearing again and again. In order to avoid a direct confrontation, Chu Hen could only obtain the Flowing Cloud Gold Boat through the battle of the Heavenly Talisman. However, the other party's shameless framing had finally touched Chu Hen's bottom line. As he vented his anger, Qi Juexin knelt in front of him like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The word trash was like a resounding slap to the face of the #1 genius of Whale Island City. It was a heavy slap to the faces of countless citizens of Whale Island City. Looking at Qi Juexin, who was kneeling on the ground and was suppressed by Chu Hen's aura to the point that he could not even stand up, everyone present felt a great sense of disappointment. From the start, the citizens of Whale Island City had praised Qi Juexin to the heavens, while looking down on Chu Hen. Now, Chu Hen had mercilessly trampled on Qi Juexin's dignity. Victorious East Province, Chu Hen, the province's third lord. After the uproar, the atmosphere became even more tense. Behind Chu Hen, Shifeng Zi's eyes darkened as he muttered, "Looks like we have to use the second method to leave." A few days before the battle of the Heavenly Talisman, Shifeng Zi had asked Chu Hen about his intentions. At that time, Chu Hen's reply was that the battle of the Heavenly Talisman was only one of the methods to leave Whale Island City. At that time, Shifeng Zi still didn't understand what the other method Chu Hen was talking about was. Now, it seemed like it was the second method. Swords were drawn, and a fight could break out at any moment. The guards of the city, Lord's Mansion, had already gathered around the plaza. Each of them held a spear in their hands, and their eyes were cold and fierce. City, Lord Qi Ming, was still sitting on the host's stand. His cold eyes were like a king who was about to be angered, making people's hearts palpitate. "Do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" Qi Ming said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Leave the yin-yang beast, and the rest of you can scram." Chu Hen smirked and replied without hesitation, "What if I don't give it to you?" Impudent. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely cold killing intent erupted from Qi Ming's body. "You asked for it." As he finished speaking, Qi Ming raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Rumble. In an instant, like a raging torrent that had broken through a dam, a vast and mighty flood directly rushed towards the plaza and surged towards Chu Hen. The majestic water was like a huge waterfall pouring down. The high platforms in the plaza were crushed into pieces one after another. The audience outside the plaza turned pale with fright and retreated one after another. Humph. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a mocking sneer. You should have done this earlier. Why did you have to endure the killing intent in your heart? Immediately after, Chu Hen moved his left palm and circles of rapidly spinning seven-star energy gathered and danced in his palm. The gorgeous silver-white light was like the sacred radiance of the 7 stars. The pure and majestic power transformed into an infinitely large palm shadow that was blasted out. Bang! The congealed, huge palm shadow directly collided with the waterfall that was like thousands of beasts galloping. The incomparably ferocious palm force and the endless flood intersected, immediately erupting into violent waves that soared into the sky. The powerful waves swept in all directions, and the surging waves crashed into the high platform of the auditorium one layer after another. Bang, 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 the violent force smashed the surrounding audience seats one after another, and the entire place fell into chaos. Su Lingzhu, Zhui Wehan, Song Xiu, Shui Feng, and many other geniuses retreated through the air. As for the ordinary people with weaker cultivations and no cultivation, they directly scattered in all directions. Qi Jiuexin, who was the closest, was sent flying and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Fight! It erupted in an instant. Looking at Chu Hen, who was releasing the powerful 7-star energy, Qi Ming's eyes became increasingly cold. This was the first time someone had been so disrespectful to him. Moreover, it was in Whale Island City. Humph! A mere 7th-level sky, profound realm. Cultivator dares to clamor in front of me. I will let you know how foolish your actions are. Bang! A powerful aura surged out. With one hand facing down, Qi Ming gently slapped the armrest of his chair. Then, an incomparably violent and majestic aura erupted from the ground. Rumble! The ground in front of Chu Hen collapsed layer by layer like an erupting volcano. A huge water dragon broke through the ground and pounced towards Chu Hen. Water dragon energy. Roar. Under the suppression of the mountain-like aura, Chu Hen's slightly narrowed eyes reflected the huge dragon pouncing towards him. His figure immediately moved, turning into a ray of light and bouncing backwards. Bang! In the next moment, the water dragon heavily attacked the place where Chu Hen was a second ago. The earth trembled. The entire jade spiral island was shaking, and the water droplets and waves that filled the sky once again poured down on the huge plaza. A casual attack from an ancient Eternal Realm expert could be said to be earth-shattering. The surrounding ordinary people simply could not withstand this violent force. One by one, they were shaken upside down and dizzy. There were even some who suffered internal injuries and vomited blood. Hearing the wails around him, Chu Hen's eyes darkened as he looked disdainfully at Qi Ming below. As the lord of a city, the other party didn't even care about the lives of the citizens of Whale Island City. There was no need to think that this father and son pair of Qi Ming would be magnanimous enough to let them leave safely. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations, Chu Hen had seen all kinds of dangers in the world. Even if he gave up on the Yin-Yang Beast Noni, he was afraid that Qi Ming would lead a large number of experts to chase after him. This wasn't Chu Hen's guess, because Qi Ming's eyes clearly contained an incomparably sinister killing intent. Just as Chu Hen thought, Qi Ming indeed had no intention of letting the other party go. Because of his status as the third lord of the victorious East Province, he had some misgivings, but it was far from the point where he could make Qi Ming give in. Although Chu Hen's deeds had indeed caused a stir a few months ago, that was only in the eastern continent. There were also rumors in Whale Island City, but once the news spread here, it would more or less be different from the truth. According to what Qi Ming knew, there were a few other ancient Eternal Realm experts who had appeared in the battle at the Thunder Saint Palace. Whether those ancient Eternal Realm experts had directly participated in the battle was unknown here. Furthermore, in that battle, Chu Hen did not escape unscathed. If Mount Kunliu's sect master Gong Yongyu hadn't been there, the situation would have been completely different. No matter how outrageous the rumors in the eastern continent were, the only thing that Qi Ming firmly believed was that, as an ancient Eternal Realm expert, there was no reason for him to fear a mere 7th stage heaven profound realm expert, Wu Xiao. Moreover, this was Whale Island City. I believe that 70% of the rumors in the outside world is enough. Qi Tong's aura rose as he suddenly stood up. He raised both of his palms, and the raindrops that swirled in the air followed the biting cold wind, transforming into countless sharp blades that flew towards Chu Hen. Chapter 10:28. Kill, with no mercy! The cold and dignified voice seemed to come from the wrath of a monarch. The skin on both sides had been torn to shreds. Everyone on Jade Spiral Island was greatly shocked in their hearts. No one had expected that the heavenly talisman battle would actually develop to such an extent. Qi Ming, the person with the highest authority in Whale Island City. Chu Hen, the third lord of the new victorious East Province. These two people, who had nothing to do with each other, were now facing off against each other at such a special moment. Whoosh! In an instant, the guards of the city lord's mansion rushed out from all directions, surrounding Shifeng Zi, Long Xuanxuang, Yao, and the others. Head just in time. I've tolerated you guys for a long time. Mu Feng grinned. Without another word, he summoned his Buddha demon sword and charged forward. Eat my Buddha slash! Whoosh! Along with a sharp and impassioned sword cry, the pagoda-shaped Buddha demon sword was immediately covered in a layer of scorching blue flames. Mu Feng brandished his sword, causing the air to tremble. A pagoda emitting a simple and unadorned aura descended from the sky, smashing towards the enemies like a small mountain. This young master is also going to let loose. Han Yichuan was obviously someone who wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. As the direct disciple of Xing Yi, the hall master of Juhua Palace, he was respected everywhere in the victorious East Province. But after coming to Whale Island City, he had a bellyful of pent-up anger. It would be hard for him not to vent it. Whoosh! With the sound of rushing wind, Han Yichuan disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Illusory shadows quickly separated from his body and turned into a dozen clones that were exactly the same as his main body. The clones' aura was like a raging wave, and they were as fast as rainbows. They flickered up and down, wandering through the crowd of enemies, elegant and ethereal, faster than lightning. Noni, stay here and don't move. I'll go help you. Yi Yao placed the small kitten-like yin-yang beast on the ground, after which she rushed forward. Her left hand held the mysterious yang force, while her right hand held the mysterious yin force. Yin and yang qi rotated within her palms. Both of her hands swayed like a willow. Immediately, both of her palms struck forward, and a shocking palm attack came pouring down. Bang, bang! The guards in front of him felt as if they had been hit by a mountain and were sent flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, Long Xuanxuang, Qiao Shaowan, and Haozi also joined the battle. Even though there was a huge difference in the number of people on both sides, there were no weaklings in the team that Chu Hen had brought. For the time being, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, Zhang Shu, who was off the field, was a little hesitant. Although Zhang Shu was an outsider, he had gotten along well with Chu Hen and the others these days. He was in a dilemma as to whether he should help them or not. Hua! In the sky above Jade Spiral Island, the water columns and water droplets that had transformed into flying blades blotted out the sky and shot towards Chu Hen. At the same time, City Lord Qi Ming, who had stood up, also moved. Blue water like ripples flowed all over his body. He spread out his arms, and the wind and waves around the entire Jade Spiral Island surged. The tide surged, and an earth-shattering power directly pressed down, feeling the terrifying aura from Chi Tong's body. Everyone's faces turned pale. Once an ancient eternal realm expert was enraged, this island would be destroyed. Get out of here! The thunderous momentum caused the sky to tremble and the surroundings to darken. Qi Ming raised one hand and reached out towards Chu Hen. Buzz! In an instant, a giant water hand with a majestic aura suddenly appeared within the water column and water droplets that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A black shadow quickly covered the sky above Chu Hen. The aura of the ancient eternal realm came crashing down, and a giant azure hand of water landed solidly on his body. Bang! A violent mist of water surged and exploded in the void. The seemingly soft giant water hand actually contained a tremendous force, and Chu Hen was directly hit and sent flying. The powerful impact directly blasted Chu Hen into the sea outside Jade Spiral Island. Like a meteorite smashing into the water with a boom sound, the huge surface of the water caved in, and monstrous waves rose high, layer upon layer of wantonly rolling. As expected of the city lord, too powerful. Seeing this scene, the people of Whale Island City were all amazed. Is this the power of the ancient eternal realm? It's really terrifying. Heh, rumors are just rumors. Sure enough, you can't believe them completely. Like I said, how can a sky-profound realm expert defeat an ancient eternal realm expert? Before they finished speaking, the water surged violently once again. The mist of water droplets filled the sky, reflecting the sunlight, forming a shallow rainbow bridge. Under the rainbow bridge, in the midst of the chaotic rain, Chu Hen stood calmly on the surface of the sea, water droplets sliding down the sharp corners of his face. He didn't look the slightest bit battered, but instead added a bit of youthful vigor. This guy? The expressions of the 4 family heads of Whale Island City changed slightly. The other party had withstood such a fierce blow from Qi Ming, but was actually completely unscathed. If it had been an ordinary sky, profound realm expert like Wu Xiao, that palm just now would have broken more than a dozen of his bones. Gong Sun Xiao, Qi Yin, Yang Yuan, and the other VIP judges also had solemn expressions. Elder Yang, do you think the rumors of the victorious East Province are true? Master Refiner Qi Yin asked in a deep voice. Yang Yuan's gaze was deep as he lightly shook his head. I don't know. Even though the 3 of them were all from the Eastern continent, the Eastern continent was vast and boundless, with innumerable provinces of various sizes. Even they couldn't determine how much of what had happened back then was true and how much was false. The only thing they could be sure of was that the Thunder Saint Palace had truly fallen, unsheathing his ability's imposing appearance. Chu Hen gazed at Qi Ming, who was walking through the air, his deep black pupils faintly suffused with a purple glow. Humph, arrogant and willful thing. This seat wants to see just what kind of ability you have today. Buzz! A circle of blue ripples of light spread out in the sky. Gales howled angrily, and waves rose in all directions. Qi Ming lowered his body and rushed down. As he moved, the beautiful blue ripples were like runes that intertwined wantonly, instantly forming the phantom of a giant whale several hundred meters long around Qi Ming's body. The giant whale fell from the sky, slanting across the sea. Below it, Chu Hen was as small as a small boat in a storm. The unshakable pressure caused a large area of water below Chu Hen to sink deeply again, and the dense destructive aura caused everyone on Jade Spiral Island to tremble with fear. He directly attacked to kill. It could be seen that Qi Ming had no intention of holding back at all. Strong winds and waves swirled around him. Chu Hen coldly stared at the giant whale phantom that was rushing down. Suddenly, Chu Hen raised his left index finger, and an extremely restless aura gathered at his fingertip. The endless power of the 7 stars revolved around his body at high speed, and the silver divine light patterns were like flowing vines, intertwining with each other and concentrating at the tip of his index finger. Like the stars, it was dazzling. Dub he finger, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the airflow trembled, and a condensed bright silver light pillar suddenly burst out from his fingertip. Chapter 10:29. Dub he finger! The dazzling and resplendent beam of starlight was like a ray of divine light that shot diagonally through the sky, and a shocking and powerful aura shot diagonally through the sky before charging up and colliding head-on with the enormous whale image that was charging down from above. Once the two clashed, the solidified pillar of light pierced through the illusion of the giant whale, and like a sharp sword it cut through Qi Ming, who was inside. Bang! Immediately after, an extremely violent wave of power erupted in the sky above the sea. The whale illusion was like a huge ball of water that had exploded. Rings of water, mist bloomed in the sky, and dense water flowed out wantonly. It was like a downpour as it rained down on Chu Hen, and the falling water actually formed a sharp sound of wind being torn apart in the air. Chu Hen looked to the side, and he saw that the water flowing down was as sharp as a blade. It was like a falling guillotine, and the water surface was cut in half. When he faced such a dense attack, Chu Hen continuously stepped on the water surface to dodge it. Wisps of water brushed past his body, and a few cuts were quietly left on his clothes. When Chu Hen dodged, Qi Ming, who had been in the air just now, had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had disappeared into the vast water along with the falling water. Bang! He did not give Chu Hen any time to react at all. Behind him, a huge wave erupted from the blue sea. The wave came crashing down, and it was accompanied by a raging tsunami. A water giant that was 1,000 feet tall instantly broke through the waves. Its cold might shook all directions. The huge water giant was like a guardian god that guarded the deep sea. It swung its fists that were as big as houses and smashed them down on Chu Hen. The difference in their bodies could be said to be huge. The people on Jade Spiral Island were all shocked. The power of the great whale's sacred body's bloodline limit was indeed great. Besides, the great whale's sacred body was the bloodline limit of the water element. It could perfectly bring out its full power when it was in the water. In the people's eyes, not only did Qi Ming's Qi realm far surpass Chu Hen's, he also had the advantage of the right time and the right place. Even if Chu Hen had some abilities that surpassed ordinary people, he could forget about gaining any advantage today. Raging waves piled up. His aura could lift mountains and overturn rivers and seas. Boom! The water giant ferociously punched out, and a large area of the water instantly caved in. Mighty waves of water swept out. Amidst the strong and fierce wind, Chu Hen repeatedly retreated. His pair of calm eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. "Where are you going?" A thunderous voice came out of the water giant's mouth. Then it pressed its hands against the surface of the water and shouted, "Water array, death, prison, hua!" As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic water curtain appeared behind Chu Hen. While blocking his escape route, the other three sides also raised tsunami-like walls of water. The four walls of water were like the combined jaws of a giant beast, directly enveloping Chu Hen. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the thick wall of water quickly turned into a ball of water with a diameter of several dozen meters through the water ball. One could vaguely see Chu Hen trapped inside. "It's really boring. You really disappoint this king." The water giant's voice was like the ringing of a giant bell, shaking the minds of everyone on Jade Spiral Island. It was like a god of the sea, indifferently looking at the arrogant person in front of it who had angered it. The water giant stretched out its palm, and the wind and cloud surged. The terrifying palm directly met the ball of water in front of it. Buzz! The mighty water waves rapidly rotated at a high speed in the huge palm, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sharp water drill with great power. The sharp and cold tip, like the fangs of a fierce beast, directly pierced through the water ball that trapped Chu Hen and went straight down. "It's over." Everyone on Jade Spiral Island couldn't help but clench their fists and their brows lifted. Su Lingzhu, Zhui Wehan, Song Xiu, Zheng Shu, and the others also couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Were the rumors really unreliable? However, in the instant when the life-threatening, sharp-headed water drill cap attacked with the force of a tornado, a bewitching and gorgeous purple light suddenly burst out from Chu Hen's body. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the peerless water drill actually hit a light shield. The shield, which was flickering with demonic light, was like a huge oracle token. It was wide at the top and pointed at the bottom, and a pair of demonic purple eyes floated on the surface of the shield. He blocked it? Everyone on the island was astonished once again. Good heavens, that was a heavy blow from an ancient eternity expert. This is? Gong Sun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and Qi and all had looks of astonishment on their faces. The three of them looked at each other, and their gazes faintly surged with some hidden meaning. It's an armor forged with this power. It can even block the power of an ancient eternity expert. No wonder it can break the 100-piercing holy sword. What a defensive power that makes one jealous. The clash between the water drill and the shield could be said to be incomparably intense. Chaotic ripples blotted out the sky, blotting out the earth and blotting out the sky. Break for me. The water giant's aura continued to rise as it furiously roared. The sea below it also exploded, and the sharp water drill that was attacking Xing Shan's shield immediately doubled in size. From a distance, it looked like a cloudy pillar was pressing against it. The space around them trembled uneasily. The shield in front of Chu Hen also shook violently. At this moment, an extremely restless power quietly spread out from Chu Hen's left palm. Pure and holy starlight surrounded his arm, and the holy light flickered. His entire arm was as bright as a crystal. Then, boundless starlight, rays blossomed. 7 bright and luxurious light dots flashed in Chu Hen's palm. Star Soul, 7 violent strike, bang! In a split second, the water ball trapping Chu Hen instantly exploded from the middle. It was as if a bright moon had exploded from the 9th heaven. A silver palm pillar with an imposing aura broke through the air. Berserk power surged down violently, attacking the water pattern drill that was protecting Chu Hen's shield. Following that, it shattered and exploded, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The dazzling pillar of light was unstoppable, destroying everything in its path. The water giant's entire arm was smashed to pieces. What astonishing power! The expressions of the spectators in the distance changed again and again. Their faces were all filled with shock. She had an extraordinary grace and an imposing appearance. A streak of rainbow lightning flashed in the air. Chu Hen had already swept through the air and arrived in the sky above the body of water, accompanied by the restless chi-chi. Sounds, countless dark blue lightning gathered between his palms. The destructive power rapidly brewed and expanded. Chu Hen looked down from above, his indifferent eyes flickering with lightning. Lightning tribulation descends. Crack! It was like an infinitely blooming flower of thunder and lightning. The rapid and sharp sound was like the loud cries of tens of thousands of thunderbirds. Countless dazzling lightning bolts darted towards the water below. It was as if a giant blue net had been sprinkled between the heavens and the earth. Clang! Thunder crisscrossed, deafening. Dense silver arcs of lightning suddenly flowed wantonly within a radius of thousands of meters, and most of the power was concentrated on the water giant's body. The crisscrossing lightning enveloped its entire body, constantly merging and bursting out thousands of sparks. Rumble. Chapter 1030. Rumble. The crisscrossing power of thunder and lightning was like a heavenly punishment descending upon the world, shrouding the sea below. An incomparably heavy thunderclap resounded through the sky. The water giant, that was hundreds of meters tall, was directly smashed by the power of the Xian-Sha divine thunder. Layers upon layers of huge waves rose high into the sky. Countless water masses flickered wantonly along with electric arcs that slithered around. Everyone on the jade spiral island in the back widened their eyes in shock. Each and every one of them was surprised by the strength that Chu Hen had displayed. Is this guy really at the profound heavens realm? Isn't he a bit too strange? As far as I know, that should be the power of the Xian Sha Divine Thunder. Xian Sha Divine Thunder? It really makes one envious and jealous. Splash! The sky was filled with water droplets pouring down like a storm. Chu Hen stood proudly in the sky, holding the magnificent power of thunder and lightning in one hand. His eyes were surging with purple light as he stared coldly at the chaotic waters below. Water splashed in the air. At the place where the water giant had exploded, Qi Ming, who was emitting a cold aura, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Very good. Qi Ming's eyes were as cold as an arrow, revealing a murderous intent that caused the temperature of the world to suddenly drop. Chu Hen chuckled and said in a light tone, "Perhaps you should beg us to leave." "Hana." Qi Ming laughed wantonly, then he spread his arms, and a strange power flowed out of his body. "I have not heard such a joke for a long time. I am afraid that you still do not understand. This is my territory. Buzz!" A bright blue light was released from Qi Ming's body, and then an ethereal, resonant roar resounded between heaven and earth. The surrounding blue light intertwined and turned into an illusory whale shadow under Qi Ming's body. The whale shadow was not very big, and there were blue and white porcelain-like runes flashing on its body. "Moo!" The piercing voice reverberated, causing a strange rhythm. Circles of translucent light patterns spread out like sound waves, as if they were summoning another world. At the same time, the huge sea suddenly became turbulent, and the sky lost its color. Waves higher than the previous one collided and tumbled. Could it be that the city lord wants to? Seeing this scene, the people of Jade Spiral Island couldn't help but show awe. Even the four patriarchs, as well as Gongsun Shao, Qi Yin, and Yang Yuan, were cautious. Their intuition told them that the next scene would be incomparably spectacular. The water flow became more and more rapid, and the raging waves continued to rise to the sky. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he coldly looked at the sea below. In the depths of the sea, groups of black shadows were rapidly swimming out. It was like a ghost in the deep sea. An increasingly cold aura enveloped him from all directions. "Feel the wrath of the deep sea overlord." Qi Ming's voice shook the heavens, his spirit piercing through the rainbow. Boom! In the next moment, the surface of the water suddenly exploded into waves of hundreds of feet. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge beast leaped straight out of the water. The powerful, ferocious power released endless death aura. Everyone on the island turned pale with fright. They saw that it was an incomparably huge deep-sea black shark. Its entire body was covered with black scales, as if it was an impenetrable steel helmet. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and its sawtooth-like sharp fangs directly bit towards Chu Hen. Humph! Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He was already prepared. He waved 2 fingers of his right hand downward. Whoosh! The blue ran, sword pierced through the wind, and instantly turned into a shocking sword pillar that slashed down. Whoosh! The fierce sword cry stirred up a gust of death wind, and with a shocking momentum, the green sword pillar was like a divine light falling from the sky, forcibly penetrating the huge mouth of the deep-sea black shark. It was invincible and unstoppable. The biting cold sword momentum penetrated the body of the black shark. A series of blood-splashed, minced meat flew, and the huge body of the black shark was directly crushed. Before Chu Hen's strength had time to shock everyone, another ferocious and majestic shadow rushed out from behind him. Crash! Roar! Its 3 huge heads were ferocious and evil, and its long body swayed up and down, causing the sky to lose its color. This was an evil dragon with 3 heads. Its muscles were strong, and it had the strength to pick up mountains. Its aura was matchless, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. Sizzle! With a thought, Chu Hen faced the three-headed evil dragon that swooped down, and the Xian Sha divine thunder flowed out. A bolt of lightning burst out, and like a heavenly tribulation, it struck the other party. However, this extremely destructive lightning only caused the three-headed evil dragon to pause for a moment, and it did not cause too much damage to the other party. Chu Hen was startled, and he saw that the evil dragon's body also had bright electric arcs flowing all over it. He could not help but be shocked that this three-headed evil dragon could actually absorb the power of thunder and lightning. Roar! Immediately afterward, the three heads of the evil dragon raised high, opened its mouth, and spat out a series of imposing lightning bolts. 3 lightning bolts swept through the sky, one after another. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, and he dragged a series of afterimages in the void, continuously flashing and changing his position. However, the evil dragon here had not yet been dealt with, and another terrifying monster rushed out. The giant beast swung its long trunk, and its body was like a mountain, but it was a giant elephant. Compared with the giant elephants on land, it was different in that its limbs were not long legs, but broad and thick fins. But this did not affect its deterrent power. Its long nose was raised high, and it spat out laser-like water pillars that had extremely penetrating power towards Chu Hen. In the depths of the sea, there was a group of cold shadows rapidly approaching. Boom! One after another, monsters and giant beasts from the sea appeared outside Jade's Spiral Island, and one by one, the giant beasts surrounded Chu Hen layer by layer. The incomparably spectacular scene could be described as shocking, and all kinds of strange and ferocious deep-sea demonic beasts attacked the visual nerves of everyone. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen was trapped in the siege of 7 or 8 giant beasts. In addition to the three-headed evil dragon that was not afraid of the power of thunder and lightning, the mountain-like giant elephant, the crab monster covered with back armor, and the octopus covered with sucker tentacles originally, it was only a head-on confrontation between Chu Hen and Qi Ming. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a fierce battle between Chu Hen and the beasts. Everyone on Jade's Spiral Island was moved. It is rumored that the giant whale's sacred body can command the demonic beasts in the sea, and this is indeed true. Yes, the city lord is the overlord of this sea, and that arrogant thing will not even know how it died. Hee, I wonder what kind of sensation it will cause in the eastern continent if the third lord of the victorious East State dies here. While the fierce battle between Chu Hen and Qi Ming was in full swing, the square of Jade Spiral Island was also in a chaotic battle. Mu Feng, Long Xuan Yiao, and the others were also rapidly exchanging blows with the guards of the city lord's mansion, and all kinds of fierce forces collided, setting off a rain of sparks. Zhang Shu, who had not made a choice for a long time, was also incomparably embarrassed. He glanced at Mu Feng, Haozi, and the others, who were besieged by the guards of the city lord's mansion, and then at Chu Hen, who was surrounded by numerous demonic beasts. He immediately clenched his teeth. Damn it, at worst I won't come to Whale Island City in the future. With that said, Jing Shu was about to rush into the battle to help. But at this moment, Shi Fingzi suddenly stopped him. Chapter 1031. We appreciate your kindness. However, this is our own matter. It's best if you don't interfere. Just as Zheng Shu was about to rush forward and join the battle, he was stopped by Shi Fingzi. From the start, Shi Fingzi had only been watching from the sidelines and hadn't directly participated in the battle. However, this didn't mean that he would stay out of it. Senior Shifeng. Zhang Shu frowned and said in a low voice, "At worst, I won't come to Whale Island City anymore." In any case, the Zheng family of Zhongyuan Castle still had some prestige. Even if Zheng Shu had committed a crime in Whale Island City, he wouldn't take his life for the sake of the Zheng family. Since he was going to die, he definitely wouldn't. Zheng Shu might as well throw caution to the wind. However, Shi Fingzi rejected him calmly. "What I mean is there's absolutely no need for you to interfere." Zheng Shu was stunned. No need for me to interfere? He looked at Chu Hen, who was being besieged by numerous deep-sea beasts, and couldn't help but ponder. Eat my sword. Mu Feng swung the Buddha demon's sword in his hand and heavily slammed it onto a guard's body. Bang! Light patterns splashed everywhere, and a shockwave spread out. The guard's chest caved in, and the armor in front of his body was smashed into pieces. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a sandbag. Yin Yang Void Palm. Layers and layers of yin and yang force converged and merged, transforming into an extremely powerful palm force that shot out. Even the ground cracked open, creating a wide ravine. Several guards were directly swept away. While the people on Jade Spiral Island were paying close attention to the battle between Chu Hen and Qi Ming, they were also paying attention to the intense battle on the island. Although every guard of the city lord's mansion was of high quality, the team that Chu Hen had brought with him was also paying attention to the intense battle on the island. However, the team that Chu Hen had brought with him was made up of the top young generation in the victorious East State. In the chaotic battle, the city lord's mansion didn't gain the slightest advantage. These people are all experts in the profound sky realm. Victorious East State is really full of talents. No wonder they are all so arrogant. So what? What awaits them is a complete annihilation. Kill. More and more experts from the city lord's mansion joined the battle. The experts from the 4 great family patriarchs were also watching from the side. As long as city Lord Qi Ming gave the order, they would not hesitate to wield their merciless swords. Snow of the world. Suddenly, Long Xuanxuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. She moved her fair and slender fingers, and a series of complicated, mysterious runes of light spread out from her body. Phew! In an instant, the temperature on the entire square of Jade Spiral Island plummeted, and a piercingly cold current that was like frost blew past, causing crystalline snowflakes to instantly cover the sky. The fluttering snowflakes were like soft goose feathers. It gently blew on the guards of the city lord mansion. Crack! In the next moment, the crystalline snowflakes adhered to the bodies of the guards and quickly condensed into ice. A thin layer of frost armor quietly covered the bodies of the guards. The guards were shocked. The bone-chilling cold invaded the meridians of their bodies, as if even their blood was about to freeze. Little Yao. Long Xuanxuang called in a low voice. Understood. Yi Yao immediately understood. Whoosh! The powerful and mighty yin and yang qi burst out like a flood breaking through a dam. With Yi Yao as the center, a flowing Tai Chi yin-yang diagram quickly spread out. As for the feet of dozens of guards, a strange energy, fluctuation appeared in the air. Yi Yao immediately flashed out like a phantom doppelganger, unpredictable. Dancing moon, 1,000 phantoms, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid momentum made people's hearts palpitate. They saw a ghost-like figure appear behind the dozens of guards at the same time. The amazing palm force hit out at the same time. The guards' faces changed dramatically. The cold qi that invaded their bodies reduced their reaction speed to the minimum. There was no time to dodge or respond. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dozens of dull and heavy sounds hit everyone's eardrums. A series of screams overlapped. Dozens of guards flew out in an instant, vomiting blood, and their spines were broken. The perfect cooperation between Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao stunned the audience. Everyone in the room revealed a look of shock on their faces. Beautiful. Han Yichuan on the other side said excitedly. Qiao Shaowan was also surprised. What a beautiful move. Teach me next time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The doppelganger returned to Yi Yao's body in the form of overlapping. She smiled sweetly and said, Okay, no problem. Damn woman. The young city lord, Qi Jueshin, was furious, and his killing intent surged. Don't be happy too early. We haven't exerted our strength yet. Qi Jueshin put his palms together and a surging Reiki energy burst out from his body. Then, countless dazzling runes and secret scrolls fluttered in the air, and circles of gorgeous runes interweaved like spirit vines, forming a huge talisman array, great summoning technique. The rune array burst into a bright light beam. Inside the array, there was a flow of light and mirage. A series of rapid cyclones swam wantonly, accompanied by a very amazing power of space transmission. The overwhelming waves of air swept in all directions. In the countless dazzling light beams, a huge beast with a body of hundreds of feet appeared in front of everyone's eyes again. The huge octopus body was covered with dark black lines. Its tentacles waved like a ferocious python. Looking at this terrifying beast, the Zhongyuan castle genius, Song Xiu's eyes turned cold and he could not help but frown. In the second round of the Heavenly Talisman battle, Song Xiu was defeated by Qi Juexin with this move. Hiss! The deep-sea devourer was ferocious. Its huge body directly occupied almost half of the open space in the square. "Tear this damn woman apart!" Qi Juexin roared loudly. Swoosh, swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the devourer's two tentacles swept out and rushed towards Yi Yao's position from both sides. Yi Yao's expression changed slightly. She stepped on the air and flashed away. Boom! The two tentacles swept the ground heavily. Immediately, dust flew up, mud splashed, and deep cracks quickly spread. However, almost at the same time, an extremely fierce wind force came from behind Yi Yao again. "Xiao Yao behind!" Long Xuan exclaimed. Yi Yao was shocked. She turned around and looked. The strong force that was as strong as an iron pillar swept over, and the airflow that rushed towards her face emitted a strong sense of danger. "He die!" Qi Juexin revealed a ferocious smile. Swoosh! At the critical moment, a swift and fierce figure suddenly flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. It was as bright as a stream of light that pierced through the night. Hiss! Like a sharp weapon cutting through the wind, a bright arc flashed in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, the huge tentacle that was about to hit Yi Yao was neatly cut into several pieces. Bang! The broken tentacles fell to the ground, and the devourer let out an angry and sharp howl. And in front of Yi Yao, there was a majestic tiger-shaped, fierce beast. This fierce beast's fur was black and white, and the fur on its face was outlined with a Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern. It had a pair of wings on its back, and they were also very strange. One was black, and the other was white, just like the pair of yin-yang fish in the Tai Chi pattern, Noni? Yi Yao's eyes lit up. She was both shocked and surprised. She did not expect that Noni would take the initiative to help her. The people outside were also stunned. Isn't that the yin-yang beast that the young master raised? He actually helped an outsider? There must be a problem. Looking at the yin-yang beast in front of Yi Yao, Qi Juexin was even more furious. He glared at her fiercely. "You treacherous beast! If you still want to return to this young master's side, then kill this damned woman for me." Roar! However, this time the yin-yang beast looked at Qi Juexin with extremely cold eyes. This kind of look had never been shown even when it was abandoned in the convective storm on the flowing cloud golden boat. Humph! Qi Juexin sneered. "Since that's the case, then you animal can die together with her." Jia, the deep-sea devourer, let out a sharp howl, and then waved a dozen long tentacles toward the yin-yang beast and Yi Yao. "Noni, be careful!" Yi Yao quickly reminded. The yin-yang beast responded with a low roar, and then it spread its wings fearlessly, turning into a flowing light and rushing toward the deep-sea devourer. The situation on Biluo Island was getting more and more out of control, and the fierce battle above the sea, which everyone was most concerned about, was even more intense. Giant whale, sacred body, the overlord of the sea. Under the summons of Qi Ming, incomparably powerful giant beasts came from the deep sea one after another, launching an all-out attack on Chu Hen. the three-headed evil flood dragon, the sea urchin king covered with sharp thorns, the crab monster covered with steel saw pincers and sharp legs. The sky was dark, and the sea was overturned. The magnificent scene of the beasts fighting for supremacy constantly impacted everyone's vision. All kinds of incomparably fierce attacks, like the collision of stars and clouds, could explode mountains and rivers. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will spare you from death. Qi Ming stood proudly in the void, looking at the young figure in the middle of the beasts with contempt. Chu Hen raised the corner of his mouth. How about I return the same words to you? Courting death. Killing intent piled up, and all the beasts were angry. Roar, the three-headed evil flood dragon pounced from 3 different directions at the same time, and its momentum was majestic, like 3 giant dragons diving down. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and his palm moved. The blue sky sword was like a shuttle, like a graceful swan crossing the sky, and brushed past the left side of the middle head of the three-headed evil flood dragon. It was a miss. Everyone on the Jade Spiral Island was stunned. How could Chu Hen make such a mistake at this time? Roar. The 3 huge mouths opened wide, revealing their cold fangs that flickered with a cold light. But just as the ferocious mouths arrived in front of him, Chu Hen suddenly left an afterimage. Flying immortal flash. Swish! The afterimage flickered, elegant and nimble. Under the surprised gazes of countless people, Chu Hen suddenly appeared behind the 3-headed evil flood dragon, where the blue sky sword was. How can he be so fast? As far as I know, this is a move from Mount Kunliu's one-sword-flying immortal technique, an East Continent audience blurted out. Flying immortal flash. Using the sword as a guide, he instantly erupted with a speed that was 10 times his normal state. Whoosh! Without giving anyone the slightest time to recover, Chu Hen grasped the blue sky sword, and the momentum of the sword soared to the sky. With the sword in hand, a 300-meter-long sword light suddenly slashed down, directly sweeping the evil flood dragon's neck. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Blood splattered, dyeing the sky red. A mournful roar shocked the sea, and the 3 heads of the evil flood dragon were chopped off one after another. Chapter 1032. Hiss, hiss! A rain of blood rose to the sky, and the blue sea billowed, accompanied by an incomparably mournful and furious roar. 100-feet-long sword light swept down, directly chopping off the 3 heads of the 3-headed evil dragon. What? Everyone on the Jade Spiral Island widened their eyes, revealing a look of horror. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 huge and hideous heads fell into the water like heavy objects, splashing a series of scarlet splashes. The huge body of the evil dragon also fell into the water, dyeing a large area of the blue sea red. Chu Hen's sword momentum soared to the sky, stunning and outstanding. His pupils glowing with purple light coldly glanced at the many sea beasts around. Then he pointed the blue Rand sword straight at Qi Ming and shouted, "The good show has just begun! Qi!" Along with the sound of his voice falling, a stunning dark blue lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Chu Hen dragged his sword and moved, instantly disappearing from his original position. The endless manic momentum was earth-shattering, and all the deep-sea beasts let out a furious and domineering roar. Roar! The giant elephant with a body like a mountain and 4 fins raised its strong trunk high. The water under it constantly gathered and surged, and the extremely restless power fluctuations were expanding rapidly. Buzz. The space trembled violently, and a fierce high-pressure water arrow flew out of the giant elephant's trunk with a shocking momentum, attacking Chu Hen. The power of the water arrow compressed with a powerful demonic force was amazing. The terrifying power was enough to penetrate the peaks of an island. However, Chu Hen's speed was faster than the giant elephant's attack speed. The cold and powerful water arrow swept in the sky, but it did not even catch up with Chu Hen's shadow. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the the sound of rushing wind shocked in all directions, and a ghostly afterimage and the high-pressure water arrow spurted by the giant elephant were close to each other. At the same time as the high-pressure water arrow launched the attack, a divine rainbow-like sword light cut through the air. Bang! A mist of blood exploded, followed by a shrill scream. Countless people outside the arena felt a chill run down their spines. The deep-sea giant elephant's huge trunk was like a python that had been cut in half, directly split in half from the middle. The water arrows that were shot out immediately turned a dazzling red. The intense pain caused the elephant to tremble endlessly, but without giving it any time to recover, Chu Hen instantly flashed to the left side of its body. He raised the blue Ran sword, and the violent dark blue lightning immediately darted onto the sword's blade. The holy sword, which was surrounded by dazzling lightning arcs, instantly turned into a lightning blade that was 5 to 6 meters long. As soon as it touched the body of the giant elephant, its thick skin split open and exploded. Hiss! The incomparably sharp lightning blade was indestructible, and it forcefully pierced into the body of the giant elephant. Roar! The huge elephant struggled with all its might, but it was too late. Chu Hen gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and quickly dragged the blue sky sword along the huge elephant's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh was sharp and impassioned. The sword covered in lightning cut through iron as if it was mud. Wherever it went, a loud sound could be heard as the elephant's body was quickly cut open. Chu Hen was like a moving lightning bolt. In just the blink of an eye, he had already reached the waist and abdomen area from the neck of the giant elephant. A bloody wound that was nearly 100 meters long directly split open from the head to the bottom. The huge wound was shocking and terrifying. The people on the periphery could clearly see the white bones and internal organs in the flesh. Clang! His power was like a thunderbolt, intimidating everyone present. Chu Hen's ruthless methods directly made countless people on the island tremble in fear. Woo! A powerless wail resounded through the sky, and the huge elephant fell from midair, smashing into the blue waters, once again dyeing the waters red. Roar! Roar! At the same time, several other fierce beasts of the deep sea seized the opportunity to attack. The sea urchin king, whose whole body was covered with thorns, and the crab monster, whose body was covered with sharp and heavy armor. Several black shadows blotted out the sky and the sun as they shrouded the place where Chu Hen was. A ferocious aura came over with an earth-shattering momentum. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and there seemed to be lightning flickering in his pupils. Mysterious killers, divine thunder. Rumble! In an instant, countless majestic lightning bolts shot down, appearing between heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of lightning tribulations fused together, and with Chu Hen as the center, divine pillars of lightning burst out in all directions. The incomparable momentum it exuded was like a blooming flower of lightning. The powerful lightning bolts struck the bodies of the various fierce beasts one after another, and they suddenly stopped in midair. Chu Hen had first killed the 3-headed evil flood dragon that could absorb the power of lightning, just for this moment. The flashing lightning bolts that filled the sky were like a 3-dimensional lightning net, and those fierce beasts were like insects, snakes, and ants that had fallen into the net. A steady stream of terrifying power invaded their bodies, and all of them trembled under the impact of the powerful electric currents. There were even a few demon beasts with weak lightning resistance that had their flesh split open, and their whole bodies were charred black. Terrifying. Everyone on Jade Spiral Island was shocked. Chu Hen took advantage of the situation and went on a killing spree without the slightest hesitation. A majestic green sword beam pierced through the sky and penetrated the sea urchin king's body. A one-sided slaughter broke out in the sea. One after another, the demon beasts were killed by Chu Hen. Blood splattered everywhere, and lightning bolts pierced through the sky. A bloody mist blossomed continuously in the sky. Wherever Chu Hen went, demon beasts died one after another, and the red seawater continued to spread. Even the sky was illuminated in a gloomy color. Whale Island City's Chi Ming, who was witnessing all of this, had an increasingly gloomy expression on his face. Chu Hen's strength was constantly refreshing his bottom line. There were so many powerful demon beasts, but they couldn't even fight back in front of the other party. This was truly shocking and infuriating. Dragon rises in water's fury. Chi Ming shouted inwardly. Rumble! In an instant, a 1,000-meter-tall wave surged into the sky, and a water dragon rushed out of the sea with the momentum of overturning rivers and seas. Wind and waves surged, and the surging ferocious might was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas as it rushed straight toward Chu Hen. Humph! Chu Hen was already prepared when he sensed the frightening strength that came pouncing over. He extended one of his hands, and a layer of floating black shadows that were attached to his back continuously surged. Primal chaos force. The black shadow followed Chu Hen's spirit and rushed out along Chu Hen's arm. Buzz, an incomparably powerful wave of air stacked up, and a black fist mark suddenly appeared, meeting the water dragon head-on. Bang! The power exploded the stars, and a huge wave overturned the sky. A mass of water suddenly exploded in the sky, and black light mixed with chaotic waves swept across the sky. The sky darkened, and the mountains and rivers roared. The bitingly cold and powerful shock wave merely caused Chu Hen to retreat a few steps. He looked coldly at Chi Ming in front of him, a hint of mockery on his face. Compared to Lei Aoqiong's sacred body of thunder, your so-called sacred body of giant whale is not just a little bit inferior. It was not just a little bit inferior. Whoosh! Jade Spiral Island was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. Contempt. Naked contempt. Chi Ming's face was as cold as frost, and his killing intent surged. You are really arrogant. Chapter 1033. What a pity. You don't even need me to use all my trump cards. Chu Hen's aura soared to the heavens, and his brows were filled with arrogance. Even as he finished speaking, Chu Hen didn't even turn his head around. With a flip of his hand, he threw out the blue Ran sword. Shing! With a loud and clear sword cry, the blue Ran sword immediately turned into a sword rainbow that stunned the sky and shot out explosively. In an instant, it shot through the head of a huge shark-shaped beast that was pouncing over from behind, clean and efficient, stunning everyone present. Chu Hen stood high up in the sky, his gaze sweeping straight at Chi Ming, like stars and stars, fully displaying his youthful spirit. Everyone on Jade Spiral Island was greatly shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Wu Xiao, who was only at the 7th level of the Heaven Profound Realm, could actually contend with an ancient, eternal realm expert to such an extent. Especially that sentence. Compared to Lei Aoqiong's Thunder Soul sacred physique, your so-called giant whale sacred physique is not just a little bit inferior. It was neither indifferent nor indifferent. His calm tone did not conceal the disdain. This caused everyone present to somewhat believe the authenticity of the incident that had been circulating in the eastern continent a few months ago. After a series of fierce battles, Chi Ming still wasn't able to take down Chu Hen. On the other hand, Chu Hen was becoming more and more courageous as he fought. The spectators in the distance were secretly shocked, and the way they looked at Chu Hen also changed again and again. This kid is indeed quite capable. The Eastern Continent's VIP judge, Gongsun Xiao, narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. On the side, Yang Yuan and Qian looked at each other, and the latter said in a low voice, "Should we make a move?" "There's no rush." Gongsun Xiao raised his hand slightly and glanced at the patriarchs of the 4 great families of Whale Island City. "This kind of matter isn't for us to interfere. Let's wait and see first." "That's right." Yang Yuan also nodded. "Moreover, City, Lord Qiming may not necessarily lose. Based on the current situation, City Lord Qiming actually still has the upper hand. Before Qiming gave the order, the Shui family, Lu family, Xin family, and Meng family, the four great families of Whale Island City, were merely spectators. At this moment, the young geniuses from the other powers had all been reduced to supporting characters. His strength is indeed not bad. But if he wants to defeat Qiming, who is in the Eternal Realm, I'm afraid that's just wishful thinking. The eyes of the martial arts genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Yuehan, narrowed as he said subconsciously, "You can't compare to him." However, right at this moment, Su Lingzhu spoke in a light voice. Hearing this, Zhui Yuehan was stunned. He looked at Su Lingzhu's calm and beautiful face in astonishment. "What did you just say?" Su Lingzhu slightly shook her head, her beautiful eyes flowing with a hint of flirtatiousness. She said, regardless of whether Chu Hen wins or loses, "You're no match for him." A slap in the face. This time, not only was Zhui Yuehan stunned, even the young geniuses of Zhongyuan Castle looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't understand why Su Lingzhu, who had always been so quiet, would suddenly say something like that. Just who was on the same side as whom? What right do you have to say that I'm no match for him? Zhui Yuehan was slightly displeased. He's just lucky. If I had a divine item like the Black Killer's divine lightning, I would also be undefeatable in the face of an Eternal Realm expert. Su Lingzhu sighed softly, but still shook her head lightly. "It seems that you don't know what I'm actually talking about. There's no need for me to return to Zhongyuan Castle with you." After saying this, Su Lingzhu actually walked to the other side, not the slightest ripple in her eyes. "You." Zhui Yuehan furrowed his brows. He felt that it was inexplicable, and he was a little annoyed. However, he was too proud and arrogant to think that Su Lingzhu was just being emotional for a moment. He didn't take it too seriously. His cold eyes swept over the two powerful figures who were confronting each other above the sea, and a faint, scorching light flickered faintly in his eyes. Black Killer's divine lightning. On the square of Jade Spiral Island, the chaotic battle between the guards of the City Lord's mansion and Mu Feng, Han Yichuan Yi Yao, and the others continued to blossom. Wang, colorful True Yuan collided fiercely, like divine rainbows and holy lights. The heaven and earth lost color. Qi waves flew everywhere. Layer after layer of the earth cracked, and rocks flew wantonly like a swarm of locusts. The demonic sword in Mu Feng's hand rose with a demonic blue flame, and every strike of the sword contained the power of a thunderbolt. Like a ferocious beast, he rushed into the crowd of enemies and slashed wildly, like a dragon in the sea or a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. The guards were blown away one after another and fell heavily on the ground. Although the group of people brought by Chu Hen were all experts of the profound sky realm, but the City Lord's mansion did not lack experts who were stronger than them. Among them, there were 2 or 3 commander-level guards and a few elders who had reached the 5th or 6th level of the profound sky realm. Apart from Han Yichuan and Qiao Shaowan, who could resist a little, the others could not fight head-on at all. And at this time, as a top inscription master, Shifeng Zi could be said to be a super support. Every time the experts of the City Lord's mansion launched a powerful attack, all kinds of strange inscription techniques would quietly appear under their feet. It was obviously a frontal attack, but strangely it hit empty air. The solid ground under their feet was just a second ago, but in the next second it was covered with thorns. In addition to disrupting the enemy's attack, Shifeng Zi would also give everyone a powerful armor. Between attack and defense, it could be said that he controlled the whole situation. And because Shifeng Zi was here, Chu Hen did not have to worry about any problems at all. There's actually an expert here. Master Forger Qi Yun frowned. Such a strong Reiki energy fluctuation. This person's cultivation, I'm afraid, is not lower than Brother Gong's son. Yang Yuan also sensed it, and a trace of caution surged between his brows. And Gongsun Xiao, who had reached the half-step zone stage, looked at Shifeng Zi, who was in the field, with a slightly gloomy gaze. After pondering for a while, Gongsun Xiao's tone was a little doubtful. This person looks a little familiar, but I can't think of where I've seen him before. Oh! Yang Yuan and Qi Yin looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Boom! On Jade Spiral Island, the most intense collision was the battle between the yin-yang beast Noni and the deep-sea devourer. The two beasts were fighting for their own masters. Although the yin-yang beast Noni's body was less than a tenth of the devourer's tentacle, the former's speed was as fast as lightning, and his movements were nimble and ever-changing. He was like a thread threading a needle as he entangled the devourer's tentacle with incomparable ferocity. This beast has actually grown so powerful. The patriarch of the Liu family, who was watching the battle from afar, frowned and revealed a look of bewilderment. Everyone in Whale Island City knew this. 3 years ago, when Qi Juexin had stepped into the heavenly pattern master realm, the Liu family had inadvertently obtained a yin-yang beast cub, and thus presented it to Qi Juexin as a congratulatory gift. In these 3 years, Qi Juexin had only raised it as a pet. He did not spend too much time digging into the other attributes of Noni. Apart from knowing that it could control a certain amount of yin and yang energy, he had not actually tested its fighting strength. After all, it was something given by others, and to the proud Qi Juexin, whose heart was higher than the sky, its value would not be too high. Who would have thought that the yin-yang beast had secretly grown to the point where it could fight against a 6th-grade heavenly beast, the Devourer Beast? If he had known this earlier, Qi Juexin would definitely not have been willing to abandon it. Damn bastards! A cold glint flashed in Qi Juexin's eyes. It was all because of these people. If it wasn't for them, he would already be sitting firmly on the champion's seat of the heavenly talisman battle. He would not have been in such a sorry state like this. Kill them! Qi Juexin shouted sternly. "Huh!" The Devourer Beast let out a long, piercing howl, and all its tentacles shot out at the same time, like many sturdy giant vines. Hoo-hoo-hoo! A biting cold gale whistled past, and the dozen or so tentacles were like a giant net, directly blocking all of the yin-yang beast's escape routes. Then, every tentacle wrapped tightly like a ball of vines, instantly trapping the yin-yang beast. Noni! Yi Yao's pretty face turned pale, and her delicate eyebrows were full of anxiety. "Stop her!" Qi Juexin shouted. A few guards of the city, Lord's mansion, immediately attacked with cold spears in their hands. Each of them was filled with killing intent, and their eyes were cold as they rushed towards Yi Yao. The cold spear's momentum was like a swimming dragon, and there was a thunderous sound. Yi Yao struck out with her palm, but it was difficult to defend against the joint attack of several people. The heavy power surged out, and Yi Yao was forced to retreat continuously. Hee. Qi Juexin revealed a sinister smile. "Beasts that betray their masters will not have a good ending," along with a cold laugh. The strange patterns on the Devourer Beast's body actually twisted, and then, like the mouth of a man-eating flower, a huge abyssal mouth suddenly split open on the Devourer Beast's head. The petal lips opened wide, and there were rows of sharp teeth on them. Hua! The airflow between heaven and earth continuously surged, like a whale sucking in water. The dust and rocks on the square were all violently pulled, and all rushed towards the Devourer Beast's huge mouth. The dark, light, patterned cyclone rotated rapidly, and the Devourer Beast's huge mouth was like an eternal abyss of hell. Hee! The Devourer Beast let out a high-pitched cry, and the tentacles that were wrapped around the yin-yang beast quickly approached the big mouth. "Stop!" Yi Yao was shocked and angry. Is that possible? Qi Juexin laughed strangely, pleased with himself. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful yin and yang qi suddenly spread out from the center of the Devourer Beast's tentacles. Beams of black and white light, like sharp swords that pierced through the clouds, continuously pierced through the gaps of the entangled tentacles. Everyone in the room was shocked. Hua! Immediately, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared between heaven and earth. The diagram rotated, stirring the airflow in all directions. Bang! With a loud noise, the entangled tentacles of the devourer beast were like a ball of vines that had been stretched open, and the extremely violent yin and yang qi swirled around like wind blades. Yi Yao's eyes lit up, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. Surrounded by the yin and yang qi, the body of the yin-yang beast grew again to 50 to 60 meters wide, and it was extremely domineering. Roar! The yin-yang beast roared to the sky, and thousands of light beams burst out from its body. The black and white light beams were like divine swords that cut through the wind. In an instant, all the tentacles that were wrapped around it were shaken off, and some of them were even directly cut off. So powerful, everyone watching the battle from afar was shocked. Especially the master of the Liu family. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was extremely shocked. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept the yin-yang beast for himself. Now, not only did Qi Jueshin not know what was good for him, but he also made a wedding dress for someone else. Roar! Then the yin-yang beast stared coldly at the devourer beast, opened its mouth, and a ball of yin and yang energy blended from its mouth. Buzz! The space suddenly trembled, and the energy ball, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, like a mysterious yin and yang wheel, pierced through the air and heavily bombarded the huge body of the devourer beast. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook, and the whole jade spiral island was shaking uneasily. The ground of the square was flipped over layer by layer and cracked. The incomparably violent yin and yang qi was like a mountain torrent, and it poured out from the devourer beast's body, like a meteorite from outer space hitting a mountain, and set off a huge wave. Ha! A part of the devourer beast's body suddenly caved in, and blood continuously spurted out. Its tentacles waved wildly, as if it had gone mad. Zung! At this moment, Long Xuanxuang, who was at the back, had unknowingly pulled a crystal-clear longbow that looked like it was made of ice. Streams of flowing ice qi revolved around her fingertips and quickly gathered on the bowstring, condensing into an ice arrow. That is, Xian Yubao? Master, blacksmith Qi Yun frowned, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Xian Yubao, the treasure of the mysterious ice sect? This woman is from the mysterious ice sect. Shock, astonishment. Xian Yubao. When the ancient desolation heaven realm opened, the sect leader of the mysterious ice sect had already handed this Xian Yubao to Long Xuanxuang. Without any hesitation, Long Xuanxuang raised her phoenix eyes, and her fingertips that were holding the bowstring instantly loosened. Zung! With a light sound, the bowstring trembled, and the ice arrow was like a meteor that drew a powerful light in the air. Xiao! In the process of moving, the ice arrow rapidly enlarged, and along with the bone-chilling cold that was constantly being released, 100-meter-long ice arrow directly hit the devourer beast's mountain-like body under countless shocked gazes. Boom! Blood splattered, and a pillar of light pierced through the sky. The incomparably sharp arrow forcibly pierced through the devourer beast's body, and a miserable and powerless cry resounded through the entire square. The Xian Yubao's power of ice quickly froze its blood. Chapter 1034. Bang! The devourer beast's body was pierced by the mystic Rainbow's ice arrow, and it fell heavily to the ground, smashing into countless pieces. Whoosh! Heavy and chilly waves of air swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Everyone present was extremely shocked, especially Qi Jueshin. His eyes glowed with a sinister red light as he watched the devourer beast perish on the spot. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. The successive setbacks had already caused this outstanding and high-spirited young city lord to lose his rationality. He shouted at the 4 patriarchs, "What are you still doing? Kill them." The 4 patriarchs' hearts trembled. Seeing this, they immediately summoned their subordinates. Assist the young city lord in subduing the enemy, yes. In an instant, more than half of Whale Island City's experts joined the battle. The city, Lord's Mansion, and the 4 great clans had joined forces. This was something that had never happened before in history. The development and changes of the situation couldn't help but worry the others present. Jade Spiral Island grew more and more chaotic as all kinds of fierce forces collided and intersected. Shifeng Z played the role of the strongest support amidst the chaotic battle, firmly controlling the rhythm and ensuring everyone's safety. Kill that old fella first! The experts of Whale Island City weren't fools. They quickly understood that the main reason why these people could hold out for so long was Shifeng Z's existence. Immediately, more than 10 experts crossed the plaza and charged at Shifeng Z. Senior, Hauzi hurriedly reminded. Shifeng Z raised his old eyes slightly and replied indifferently, "Just take care of yourselves." Humph! With that he chuckled. Reiki energy suffused with dense fluorescent light surged out of Shifeng Z's Naiwan Palace. A steady aura pressed down like a mountain. Shifeng Z crossed his arms and pushed outwards, releasing a majestic wave of energy. Boom! In the next moment, the ground around Shifeng Z suddenly burst open. Like an octopus that had crawled out of a hole in the ground, strong branches and leaves quickly extended out from the ground. Rocks crumbled and the earth cracked. In the blink of an eye, 4 towering trees over 1,000 feet tall appeared around Shifeng Z. Every tree was bright and beautiful, luxurious and resplendent. Their branches and leaves swayed with a sparkling luster. The trunks of the trees were covered with beautiful spell symbols. Shifeng Z was standing in the middle of the 4 towering trees and was protected from all directions. "Get out here!" The dozen or so experts of Whale Island City shouted sternly as powerful auras erupted from their bodies. However, at the same time, the 4 great trees simultaneously released an incomparably dazzling radiance, as if the stars were illuminating the sun. The pupils of all the experts of Whale Island City rapidly shrank to the size of a needle, as if they had been blinded, and all they could see was a field of white light. Swish, swish, swish! The black, vine-like object flickered in the white light as it hurriedly tore through the wind and attacked. The experts were startled and quickly retreated. Retreat! Of course! How could Shifeng Z give them the chance to retreat? The black vines flashed past like lightning, lashing at the newcomers one after another. Crackle! A series of crisp sounds rang out, mixed with cries of pain. The light released by the 4 great trees weakened, and the dozen or so experts of Whale Island City were already sent flying. Every one of them was covered in whip marks, dripping with fresh blood. The wounds were so deep that they reached their bones. It could be said that they weren't vicious. In the distance, Gong Sun Shao, Qi Yun and Yang Yuan looked at each other in astonishment. The former frowned deeply and spat out a few words in a heavy tone. Another, "Immortal Talisman Tree, Immortal Talisman Tree." A second tree. During the 3rd round of the Heavenly Talisman battle, Gong Sun Shao had vaguely sensed the aura of an immortal talisman tree from the Reiki energy released by Chu Hen. And now, another immortal talisman tree had appeared in Whale Island City. One had to know that such a sacred object was extremely difficult to find. It could only be found in the celestial talisman domain in the extreme south. Today, 2 immortal talisman trees had appeared at the same time. It was hard not to be shocked. Amidst their shock, Gong Sun Shao, Qi Yun and Yang Yuan could not help but sink into deep thought. Their gloomy and dark eyes faintly flickered with a scorching luster. Boom! The sky above the sea was dyed red with blood. Another crocodile-shaped beast had died under Chu Hen's sword. Broken pieces of blood rained down from the sky, dyeing the seawater red. The entire Whale Island City has joined forces to deal with less than 10 of us. City Lord Qi Ming is indeed domineering. Chu Hen flickered in the air. His sword aura overlapped as he let out a series of startled cries. Hearing Chu Hen's mockery, Qi Ming's eyes turned cold, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Humph. What difference does it make if a few people make a move? You're destined to die, Jade Sea facing Sky Palm. Whoosh! Qi Ming stepped on the air, and a majestic aura swept over like a mountain. Behind him, huge waves surged to the sky, and the surging tsunami could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble! The sky changed color, and wind and rain assaulted. A huge palm descended from the sky. Like the hand of a god, it pressed down on Chu Hen's head. Chu Hen was neither flustered nor flustered. He raised his palm to the sky, and the unpredictable seven-star sacred radiance flowed in his palm. The luxurious and resplendent starlight intersected, and the light of the seven stars floated like the radiance of the bright moon. Bang! The two different forces of the palm intersected like mountains and stars. In the sky above the sea, it was as if the nine heavens galaxy had exploded. The mighty torrent and huge waves covered the sky and rolled wantonly. The sky above the entire sea suddenly ushered in an unprecedented destructive storm. Humph! A cold glint flashed across Qi Tong's eyes. Looking at Chu Hen, who was in the middle of the raging waves, he sneered in disdain. I'll let you experience the true might of the giant whale's sacred body. Moo! It was like a melodious bell, but also like a majestic bugle call. In an instant, the rolling waves continued to rush up to the sky, and Chu Hen was trapped under the tsunami tide. In the waves, the ghostly whale shadow was looming, swimming around quickly, stirring the seawater, forming a huge whirlpool. The storm and thunder were earth-shattering. In the whirlpool, Chu Hen was like a small boat, vast and insignificant. This momentum is really terrifying. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qi Ming, the people on Jade Spiral Island could not help but change their expressions. Su Lingzhu, Song Xiao, Zheng Shu, and the others all had solemn expressions. Zhui Wehan narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, Humph, it seems that the Xian Sha divine thunder can't save your life. Clang! In the sky, thunder and lightning intertwined. In the blink of an eye, the soaring whirlpool had risen to a height of thousands of feet. It had a kind of momentum that was about to reach the Milky Way, and even the sky was about to be pierced. In the whirlpool, whale shadows flashed incessantly with ferocious fangs. The layers of water, in the process of rotating at high speed, became more distinct and incomparably sharp, like layers of stacked guillotine blades. I said, "This is my territory, no one can save you." Qi Ming's momentum increased exponentially. He stretched out both of his palms, continuously bursting with a shocking power. Under his control, the area covered by the whirlpool shrank rapidly, and the layers of steel blade-like water currents were compressed towards the center. Ferocious whale shadows also shot out like sharp arrows, combining with the compressed water blades and rushing towards Chu Hen. Whirlpool water blade. Endless destructive aura rapidly crushed towards Chu Hen. An entire whirlpool was instantly turned into a space of death. The incomparably sharp, rotating water blades and the ferocious and cruel whale shadows attacked at the same time. This kind of power was enough to crush any profound heaven's realm wuxiu into pieces. Buzz! Suddenly, a demonic purple light bloomed in Chu Hen's eyes. Boom! Then an equally powerful purple flame burst out between heaven and earth. Ice-cold purple flames revolved around Chu Hen's body, forming a majestic tornado. The direction of the tornado and the direction of the whirlpool formed a direct opposition. Once the two collided, the sky and the earth suddenly cracked, and the sea turned upside down. Demonic flame, tornado! Bang! Boom! A series of heavy explosions exploded in the sky above the sea. The incomparably violent power was like the eruption of a deep-sea volcano sweeping in all directions. The sky darkened, and the wind and clouds changed dramatically. The huge whirlpool compressed rapidly, striking the purple tornado inside. Looking from afar, it was like two terrifying nebulae, one water, one fire, colliding and intertwining. Layers of earth-shaking tsunami waves surged up to Jade's Spiral Island. The majestic rain almost swallowed the island. Everyone on the island ran back, and the chaotic battle on the square also stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky above the sea. Water and fire collided, setting off a vast blue wave. "Humph, you think you can stop it?" Chi Ming shouted, his eyes full of killing intent. "Go to hell, whoosh!" As soon as he finished speaking, several huge blue whales directly flew out of the whirlpool. The giant whales, with the momentum of fierce beasts, continuously hit the purple tornado. Bang, bang! In an instant, the whole purple tornado suddenly burst from the middle, and the terrifying whirlpool directly swallowed the momentum of the flames. Layers of water blades stirred and waved, and the rising purple flames were scattered. "It's over?" The hearts of everyone on Jade's Spiral all trembled when they saw this scene. Such a bitingly cold whirlpool storm. Chu Hen had no way to survive. Boom! But at the moment when the demonic flame storm was completely extinguished, a huge gap suddenly exploded in the monstrous whirlpool. What? Everyone in the room was shocked. The eyes of Long Xuan Xuan, Yi Yao, Mu Feng, and the others also lit up. Chu Hen's body was covered in an armor that overflowed with brilliant lights. He broke through the layers of huge waves in a flash. The armor glowed with a strange purple light, and a pair of light wings spread out behind him. On the light wings, there was a pattern of a demonic eye looking at this armor. Everyone on Jade's Spiral Island was shocked again. The armor of punishment injury. It was the armor that broke Qi Juexin's 100-piercing holy sword and won the championship of the Heavenly Talisman battle. Seeing this scene, everyone was once again shocked by the powerful defense of this armor. Whoosh! Accompanied by a resonant sword cry and a sharp wind-breaking sound, a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon. Chu Hen instantly appeared in front of Chi Tong. Unparalleled sword momentum surged out. Chu Hen's eyes were like torches, and he held his sword to the sky. He looked coldly at Chi Ming's gloomy face, the corners of his mouth raised into a frivolous sneer. Chapter 1035. Boom! An incomparably heavy and earth-shattering noise burst out between heaven and earth. The storm of water and fire blended above the sea, stirring up heaven and earth and shaking the heavenly river. The fire of the evil flame and the waterfall blade collided violently, setting off a majestic wave that rushed into the sky. Whirlpool water blade. Chi Ming's ultimate killing move showed the power to destroy everything. However, such a terrifying and destructive killing move, under the protection of Chu Hen's punishment armor, broke through a huge gap in the whirlpool storm. Bang! A big hole was directly smashed on the whirlpool storm, flowing light and vibrant colors. Chu Hen's sword momentum soared to the sky, and his eyes were like torches. Like a bolt of lightning, he swept across the sky, filled with shocking power, and instantly arrived in front of Chi Ming. The hearts of everyone on Jade's Spiral Island trembled. At that very instant, anyone could feel the extraordinary grandeur that originated from Chu Hen's body. Flying immortal sword, in an instant, the murderous aura of death came from all directions, directly sealing Chi Ming in a fixed space. The latter's pupils shrank tightly, and his sharp eyes reflected Chu Hen's handsome face with a hint of playfulness. The blue Ran sword danced, and Chu Hen's figure immediately turned into a dreamy overlapping shadow. Swish, swish, swish! Accompanied by the rapid breaking of the wind, more than a dozen incomparably sharp humanoid sword chi suddenly flashed in front of Chi Ming. More than a dozen humanoid sword chi in the air, like phantoms, flew straight toward Chi Ming's body. Hiss! Chi Ming's body was immediately fixed in place, and each humanoid sword chi penetrated his body without any hindrance. A cold sword light dyed the sky. Watching the last humanoid sword chi like a flowing light across the sky, and when it turned into Chuhen, everyone on the entire jade spiral island turned pale with fright. What a terrifying sword move! Almost at the same time, Qiming's limbs were rapidly separating from his body. However, his face was filled with a strange smile. Ha, what a pity, what? The hearts of everyone present trembled once more. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qiming's body instantly exploded into a cloud of water mist and raindrops. It's the water clone! The head of the Liu family on the square of Biluo Island couldn't help but exclaim. The other 3 patriarchs, as well as Gongsun Shao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin, couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Before everyone could react, an incomparably huge black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, like a falling meteorite, rapidly shrouding the sky above Chu Hen's head. Chu Hen raised his gaze, and what entered his eyes was a huge mouth that was like a bottomless abyss. Moo! In the next instant, the huge mouth closed in midair, directly swallowing Chu Hen into its stomach. Bang! Accompanied by a monstrous wave that rose hundreds of meters into the sky, the huge beast jumped heavily into the water and immediately caused a huge commotion. Big brother Chu Hen, Yi Yao, and the others on the island were all shocked. It was a huge whale, ferocious beast that was 1,000 meters long. As it surged in the sea, it was like an unstoppable huge ship. Unlike ordinary whales, this giant whale's entire body was covered in thick scales. Under the illumination of the light, it glistened and flickered with a dazzling light. As expected of the city lord, that guy will never see the light of day again. Once he enters the belly of the whale, he can forget about coming out. It's finally over. The 3rd Lord of the victorious East Province is only S.O. The citizens of Whale Island City heaved a sigh of relief. The one who had the last laugh was still their city lord, their supreme king. This ending isn't beyond my expectations. The martial Dao genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Zhui Wehan, sneered and raised his eyebrows at Su Lingzu. Su Lingzu ignored him, as if she didn't see him. The one who was the most pleased was none other than the young city lord, Qi Juexin. Ha ha ha. Qi Juexin laughed wantonly, his whole body emitting the arrogance of a victor. His eyes turned cold as he pointed at Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, Mu Feng, and the others and sneered, "You motley crew, hurry up and surrender. This young master will make you regret coming here." Everyone's faces turned cold and their anger soared. Han Ichuan shouted, Disgraceful thing. Do you think you're fit to be so arrogant in front of me? I'm looking forward to seeing how arrogant you can be later. Take them down for this young master, and that beast, skin it for me, yes." The guards' morale was high, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Qi Juexin had a contemptuous and mocking smile on his face, as if he could already see the scene of the crowd begging for mercy. Boom! But at this moment, the sea in front of them once again surged with monstrous waves. The giant whale had actually rushed out of the water and leaped high into the sky. Everyone was shocked. There were dark blue electric arcs swimming around the giant whale's body. An extremely restless aura was condensing and surging within the giant whale's body, like the undercurrents in the deep sea or the magma in a volcano. Crack! In the next second, a dazzling dark blue pillar of lightning suddenly shot out from the back of the giant whale. The dazzling pillar of lightning was like a bone spur that pierced through flesh and blood, forcibly breaking through the body of the giant whale, wantonly moving around. Moo! The giant whale suddenly let out a painful and miserable cry. Before everyone could react to what had happened, a powerful roar filled with vigor resounded between heaven and earth. "1,000 thunder escape! 1,000 thunder escape! Chi! Ku!" In an instant, one after another, pillars of lightning pierced through the giant whale's mountain-like body, like the holy light of dawn that pierced through the clouds. Scarlet blood constantly splashed out, and the lightning was as sharp as a heavenly blade, wantonly flying around, reflecting the sky. The disorderly pillars of lightning were like large wooden stakes that pierced through the sky. Sharp, peerless aura. Each pillar of lightning flickered with bright, cold electric arcs, and the aura was comparable to that of a lightning dragon or an electric python. This guy? Looking at this scene, everyone on Jade's Spiral Island was stunned. Even Mu Feng, Long Xuan Xuan, Haozi, and the others were stunned. Even they did not know that Chu Hen had mastered such a terrifying and powerful killing technique. Hiss! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a sharp electric blade directly cut through the center of the giant whale's abdomen, all the way to its upper body. The giant whale's sturdy scales could not withstand a single blow from the mysterious killer Divine Thunder. The whale's flesh was cut open, and a rain of blood splattered in the air. Whoosh! A figure surrounded by dark blue lightning once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Standing in the center of the many lightning pillars, Chu Hen was in high spirits, and his imposing appearance made him look like an ancient wizard who controlled the lightning tribulation. Roar! A powerless scream came from the giant whale's mouth as it slowly fell like a mountain. At the same time as the giant whale's corpse fell, Chu Hen's eyes flickered with sharp silver electric light, and he said coldly, "What a pity! I will take your life." Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, the blue sky sword, which was wrapped in a manic lightning glow, was like a flowing light shuttle that had been traveling for 1,000 years. It shot out like a divine rainbow and once again struck the head of the giant whale corpse that was falling. Bang! The giant whale's head was directly penetrated by the incomparably powerful sword energy. Hiss! The blue Rand sword, which was swaying with electric light, pierced through the rain of blood, and along with it, a terrified and panicked figure. Hua! Oh my God! In an instant, the entire world seemed to fall into endless darkness. Qi Ming's body had been hiding in the giant whale's head all this time. The jade Ran sword pierced through Qi Tong's chest, and with an incomparably cold momentum, Qi Tong was dragged downwards. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their minds. Chu Hen's sword not only found Qi Ming's position, but also caught him unprepared. Blood spurted out of Qi Ming's mouth, and his body bent into an arc. The black figure rapidly fell in the direction of Jade's Spiral Island. Bang! With a loud sound, Qi Ming smashed heavily into the host's grandstand at the back of the plaza. Behind him was his city, Lord Seat, as well as the panic-stricken whale island cities for great family heads and their many subjects. The blue Rand sword pierced through Qi Ming's body and was firmly nailed into the stone wall. Qi Ming was battered and exhausted, and his eyes were filled with hatred and powerlessness. Whoosh! Chapter 1036. Buzz. A circle of majestic air waves stacked up on the ground, and the sound of rushing wind swept past. The entire Jade Spiral Island fell into an unprecedented dead silence. Shock, and boundless shock. Everyone felt somewhat dazed as they watched this scene unfold before their eyes. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming of a lifetime ago. The blue Rand sword was like a sharp wooden stake. It pierced through City Lord Qi Ming's body and nailed him firmly to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. Qi Ming's hair was disheveled, and his face was flushed red. He didn't even have the slightest bit of the domineering arrogance of a ruler of Whale Island City. The chaotic storm and waterfall that shrouded the heavens and earth gradually dissipated. Under the gorgeous sunlight, Chu Hen's figure was as dazzling as a god of war, and no one dared to look at him directly. The 4 patriarchs, as well as the citizens of Whale Island City, felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their king had been defeated. He had been utterly defeated. He had been defeated so miserably. He had been defeated so miserably. Those who had looked down on Chu Hen and talked about the untrustworthy rumors of the Greater East Province had all been ruthlessly slapped in the face. The words "the third lord of the Greater East Province" is only so had just been said, and the supreme king of Whale Island City had fallen in such a sorry state in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone was silent and their hearts trembled. "Are you trembling?" The corner of Chu Hen's mouth rose, and he looked at the deathly pale Chi Jueshin with a playful gaze. At this moment, the usually omnipotent and outstanding young city lord was like a dog in Chu Hen's eyes, completely unsightly. "You." Chi Jueshin was panic-stricken. The moment Chi Ming had been defeated, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless ice cave. He had fallen from the peak to the bottom. All of his hopes were extinguished, turning into bubbles. Chu Hen slowly raised his gaze. The formless aura he emitted was like a sharp blade that pressed against Chi Jueshin's heart. Chi Jueshin's body involuntarily trembled. He looked at Chi Ming. Only now did Chi Jueshin realize that without Chi Ming he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. What do you want?" Chi Jueshin's voice was trembling. "What do you think? Young city, Lord Chi?" Chu Hen jokingly replied. Chi Jueshin tried his best to hide the fear in his heart, but the more he tried, the more uneasy he felt, especially when he saw Chu Hen's indifferent and playful gaze. It was like the gaze of a demon from the 9 Serenities hell. Just a moment ago, the god of victory was on their side. These people should have become his prisoners. This was Whale Island City. This was his, Chi Jueshin's world. Now, his place was facing an unprecedented threat. Such a threat could be said to be fatal. You, why are you still standing there? Kill him. Hurry up and kill him for me." Flustered and furious, Chi Jueshin suddenly shouted at the guards of the city, lord's residence, and the people from the 4 great families. "Chi!" Before he finished speaking, 4 incomparably sharp blades of lightning suddenly tore through the air. Chi Jueshin's pupils shrank, and he did not even have the time to dodge. The 4 blades of lightning chased after him and instantly chopped at his shoulders and knees. Hiss! A series of dazzling splatters of blood swayed in the air. Everyone's hearts trembled violently as they watched Chi Jueshin's limbs fly off and scatter randomly on the ground. A miserable scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, pierced everyone's eardrums. City Lord Chi Ming's eyes were wide open in anger, and his face was filled with intense hatred and resentment. He looked at the struggling Chi Jueshin on the ground, then glared viciously at Chu Hen and bellowed in an incomparably deep voice. "Stop!" However, Chu Hen did not even spare Chi Ming a glance. With another wave of his hand, a condensed wisp of chi directly streaked across Chi Jueshin's throat. Hiss! The miserable scream came to an abrupt end, and Chi Jueshin's round eyes were filled with darkness. He collapsed powerlessly on his back, his lips parted like a dead fish that had been deprived of oxygen. Only now did he fully understand how big of a mistake he had made when he provoked Chu Hen on the flowing cloud golden boat. Because of this mistake, his death was merely the interest. Perhaps the entire city, Lord's residence, would suffer a calamity soon. He was filled with regret. He was filled with hatred. Under countless gazes, filled with fear, Chi Jueshin breathed his last, dying with everlasting regret. The once-in-a-century genius of Whale Island City had been reduced to a dead dog. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Hen's actions were ruthless and resolute. Buzz! A tense and heavy atmosphere pervaded the entire Jade Spiral Island. City Lord Chi Ming's lips moved slightly, as if he had aged several decades in an instant. Then Chi Ming's face revealed an incomparably strange and resentful smile. Ha! Ha ha! How long do you think you can live? The strange laughter had an indescribable meaning. Chi Ming grinned, his blood-stained lips as cold as a ghost's. Chu Hen, right? Ha ha! You guys better run faster, they're coming. Run faster? Them. They are coming? Everyone present was startled by his words. What was going on? What was the other party talking about? Yi Yao, Long Xuanshuang, Mu Feng, Han Yichuan, and the others all looked at each other in bewilderment. However, Qi Ming was still glaring at Chu Hen, as if he wanted to turn all the resentment in his heart into a piercing glare. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, a faint chill surging between his brows. Qi Ming laughed again. Ha! It seems you already know, then, all of you. Just wait for death. Ha ha! Humph! Before his laughter died away, Chu Hen raised his palm, and a powerful energy wave spread out. Hiss! Along with a string of blood, the blue Ran sword stabbed into Qi Ming's chest was pulled out. Qi Ming's body trembled, and before he could recover from the severe pain, Chu Hen's deep eyes immediately burst out with a piercingly cold light. Very good last words. Along with his words, Chu Hen held the sword with one hand and swung it backhand. Whoosh! The impassioned sword cry caused everyone's heartstrings to tremble. The cold light of the sword dyed the eyebrows, and the sword arc that was like a crescent moon stunned the world. Hiss! In an instant, a bright column of blood sprayed high into the sky, and Qi Ming's head immediately flew out. Clang! Such a dreamy scene immediately caused everyone present to feel as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in their minds. The entire world's sky instantly fell into endless darkness,